1132 up against the Tri-5 Chevy. 57 Chevrolet, considered the most saleable used car when they came out. Nathan Spinks out of Bowling Green, 57 Chevy, 350. Lester Rogers out of Bowling Green with a 68 Nova, 327 small block. Those wheels come up in the air. Reaction times are close. 0.93 for Nathan, 0.97 for Lester. Halfway, they are still running side by next. And it is an 11.32 to an 11.75. 57 slows down to 98 miles an hour, backing out of it before the stripe. Here, Ronnie Pinkins out of Plainfield, Indiana, 66 Chevelle. Gold plated everywhere. And candy, Michael Goodwin out of Jefferson, Georgia, in the Duster. Duster dusts him off. Look at this. 080 green to a 412 red, deep in the red. And the Duster goes 959, 138 miles an hour. The Chevelle just kind of motoring down slowly for an 1855. Petty Blue, Plymouth, over in the Budweiser lane. Jewel Craven out of Polo, Missouri, 64 Belvedere with the 426. Scott Taylor out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 66 Belvedere. All right, here we go. You know what Mopar stands for? When you got two Plymouths on the line, so move over. Plymouths are racing. So Taylor out of Cincinnati, 440. Jewel Craven out of Polo, Missouri, 426. Neat looking Petty Blue, Plymouth. They torque them up. Lights start to drop, and they're gone. 040 to a 164 reaction. Taylor with the better of the two reaction times. Better 60 foot, though, for Jewel, and Jewel is driving away. Jewel getting the win light. 1120, 120 miles an hour to a 1239 at 98 miles an hour. Little Nova over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the big heavy 1961 Chevy. Got the high-speed louvers in the back window to keep the sun off the passengers. Chris Grady out of New Albany, Indiana. 402-inch small block. The big Chevy had the brakes on and is slowing down. Nova heads to the stripe first with an 11.85, 115 miles an hour to a 15.61 at 82 miles an hour. A little bit of track prep there, putting down some gold dust, get them the traction they need. Again, if you're having trouble hearing PA announcements, tune your FM radio to 87.9. Reunion Central tent. Got all the goodies you need to prove that you were here for the Hot Rod Reunion this year. And just catty-corner to them is the Holley booth. Check it out. New products, new T-shirts, new stuff. So doing a little bit of track prep here. A couple of bald spots on the starting line. We don't want that. Spraying down some traction compound. No truth that the guys on the starting line are also bug exterminators. They do spray quite well, though. RPM's coming up. John Gaines out of Altamont, Kentucky, 40 Chevy with a 496 big block. Low down, hot rod over in the Budweiser lane. It's Ed Lucy from Council Bluffs, 37 Ford with a Cadillac 500. Being set down, channeled over the frame. Shiny black machine. Getting ready to take on John's patina 40 Chevy. Talk about patina. Look at the wheelies coming up behind him. Hit the loud pedal and off they go. Whoa! And it is John taking a hard right turn. You can see he lost a bunch of fluid, and that kept him from maintaining control. We'll get this all cleaned up. We'll let you know how the driver's doing in just a moment. Car did take a hard right turn. We'll be down for just a little bit as we get things taken care of on track. Coming up next will be all right, good news is driver is okay. Safety equipment did the job it's supposed to. They're checking him out. They're talking with him right now. He's okay. That's the important part. Cars can be fixed. We hate to see drivers hurt, and he is all right. He is out of the car, talking with him. They're checking him out right now, but he appears to be okay. Ben Sangorgi out of Voorheesville. It says New York here. The 40 Willies. He's got a Chevy 468. He's waiting right here in front of the tower. And Dick Luzader out of Triadelphia, West Virginia, with the 59 Thames. Got a 363 Ford for power. I had the station wagon version of this Thames back when I was in high school. My mother loved the car because with the stock engine, you couldn't get a speeding ticket if you had to. As a matter of fact, if you missed the shift from first to second gear, the pedestrians would pass you in the crosswalks. Of course, American Hot Rod and Ingenuity took care of that. And this one's stuffed full of V8 Ford power. All right, again, driver is okay. The driver is okay. Get the track cleared up. Get the car loaded. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for being with us here at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, racers and attendees, if you did not get your program in your goodie bag, they're here. They just arrived. They're over in the reunion tent. Programs just arrived. They just got them. They're opening up the boxes. They're ready, willing, and able to give them to you now. So if you did not get a program, which you probably didn't in your goodie bag, you can head on over to the reunion tent right now, and they have got the programs for this weekend's event. All right, they're loading the coupe up onto the tow truck. Do a little bit of track prep. It appears lost water, whether it was a hose or a freeze plug that came out. We're not quite sure, but he dumped a bunch of water on his rear tires, and that is what caused him to lose it. Now, driver is okay. That is the important thing. The driver is okay. Safety equipment did what it needed to do to protect the driver. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of track prep, clean it up, lay down some rubber here. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. While we're down, good opportunity for you to head over to the reunion tent and get your official program for this weekend's racing and showing action. All right, as I was saying, the programs have just been taken over to the reunion tent, and we've got great information in there. If you haven't already read it or looked at it, you're going to see some great stuff on our honorees. A whole section on the new products from Holley. We're talking about our Grand Marshal this week, Ted Spieher. And the Motown missile that he worked on is here. It's right behind the tower. He was one of the early people in the Superstock program. Now, he's very unique in his capabilities. Not only did he build 8 and 9 second drag motors, but after he got out of drag racing, he got into road racing and started building some of the quickest Chevy Corvette engines around. But he was the kind of like the test guy for Mopar in the early days of Pro Stock. Ted Spieher. And whatever development he did went on to support the other Chrysler teams back in the day. Jerry Coley is also one of our honorees. And we'll talk about his demodified production Camaros, Corvettes, and the Rabbit Habit 55 Chevy he ran back in the day. Len Cottrell and John Spielman are also honorees this weekend. We'll talk about some of their interesting machines. They had a 32 Ford 5 window. That was a gasser, not just a hot rod, but a cool gasser. And they moved on to funny cars and even a gasser Austin. Dragsters and more. Paul Romine is also one of our honorees, and Paul Romine has done very well in various types of racing, including engine building. He did drag racing. He did sprint car racing. He even did sports car racing and Formula Atlantic road racing. I've seen Paul when he did his first 5-second pass. He was the first guy with a front engine dragster to do a 5-second pass in Nostalgia Top Fuel. He's also a very accomplished pilot. George the Bushmaster Schreiber is also going to be one of our honorees this weekend, and he still has his original NHRA membership card, and he got it August 26th, 1954. Or actually 53, because it expired in 54. He drove in an interesting car with Ed Big Daddy Roth's ownership. They called it Yellow Fang, and it was a wild-looking dragster for the time. Even by today's standards, it's wild-looking. He also did jet cars and more, and we'll talk to him as well during the honoree presentations at the Corvette Museum. The PPG Industries Show and Shine is going on. There's some great machines out there. I took a little walk through when we got here this morning, and man, it is just chock full of cars. My favorite so far is a Grabber Blue Torino. Little track prep going on, a little sweeping. We'll get back to racing for you in just a few moments. Check out the Manufacturers Midway. See all the good things there. You know, we're coming up on Father's Day, and, well, there's the men's shopping mall right here behind the tower. Check it out. You never know what you're going to find out there. Got a great picture here in the program of two wild wheelies. I'll tell you what. One of the cars I've seen here already today, the 56 Chevrolet. Now, he's noted for pulling his rear bumper off. He pops the wheelies so hard and so high. But in this photograph, in front of the tower, they leave it in the line, and a Barracuda, well, you can just about see the part numbers on the oil pan. It's sitting up so high. The 56 is right alongside him, wheels up as well. We've got some AA fuel alters going to be running for you later on. Rich Guasco's machine is here. Last year driven by Brian Hope. And one of the things that we talk about in the program this year is Alex Exidius from SoCal Speed Shop and Ed Iskandarian. They never listened to the doctors, did what they wanted. They're both 100 years old. And I was lucky enough to go to Ed's 100th birthday party and got invited to his 101st, which is going to happen next month. So we're going to go see Ed for his 101-year birthday party, and Ed is still going strong. He's just as crazy as he was back when I met him 40 years ago. So lots going on, lots to read about in your programs. As I said, they've just been located. They've got them there. You can pick up your program in the Reunion Central tent. And again, thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA Insurance. A little bit of moisture to clean up there. You can see the Isuzu sweeping it down there over on the side. Wasn't any oil, it was just water that came out of the engine. So it's a relatively easy cleanup, but we want to make sure the traction is back to perfect again. Some very cool cars in the staging lanes right now. Some of the highest quality race cars I've seen in a long time out here today. And again, we've got Ben Sangior. I'm going to mess up names, guys. If I do, come up and tell me how to pronounce your name right. I'll get it eventually. All right, just about 5 more minutes. We'll be back out racing. About 5 more minutes. We'll be back to racing action. So thank you for your patience. Thanks for being here with us. About 5 more minutes, and we'll be back to racing action. Little final cleanup. Want to make sure everything is just right out there. So we got Ben in the 40 Willies, and this thing is cool. Talk about patina. This thing is just... And Dick Lizander out of Triadelphia, West Virginia, 59 teams. All right, tractor coming back down on his final run, and we are ready to go. So drivers, please get back in your vehicles, get ready. Dick's got his brand new Jegs jacket on. He's getting ready to go. Tractor pulling back into its assigned parking spot. That means we are ready to go racing. Putting a little bit of moisture back in the water box. So come on, guys. Here we go. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. All right, so it looks like Ben has taken his Willies out. All right, so the Fairlane pulls up. Barry Clemens out of Dixon Springs, Tennessee. 64 Fairlane Ford 377 small block. Dick Lizander out of Triadelphia, West Virginia. 59 Thames. That is an English Ford with a 363 Ford motor. Got some huge slicks on the back of that little car. He does his burnout. They're still a little wet, so he does another hit on the tires, but I can still see water on them. Let's hope he gets the power to the pavement. Barry Clemens, 62-year-old self-employed. Dick in the Thames, 75 years young. Full stage for the Fairlane. Little Thames pulling up. Now he's staged. Lights begin to drop, and we're back to racing. 007, near perfect reaction time for the Fairlane. But look at that little Thames outrunning to the stripe. The Thames down to the finish line first with an 11:34 up against a 12:46. 56 Chevrolet over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Plymouth here in the Jegs lane. Mike Molgard out of Loveland, Colorado, 65 Belvedere. Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky, 56 Chevrolet. Tri-5 Chevrolet taking on the Mopar. Lights drop. Oh, the wheels come up in the air. The Mopar pulls away with an 098 reaction. Better reaction time for the Chevrolet with an 075, but didn't get the launch. 50 foot was a little bit behind. Mopar goes 1019 to an 1125 for the Chevrolet. So the Dodge Dart going to try and stick it to the Duster. It's kissing cousin car. Nicole Vanderwalker with a 446 big block in the Duster. And Ron Meredith out of Litchfield, Kentucky with the 69 Dart 440. Red light started for Meredith. 030 to an 024 for Nicole. And Nicole leads the way. The Duster dusts off the Dart. Goes 1092 to 1183. 69 Camaro over in the Budweiser lane. The 66 Impala gets a little out of shape coming out of the water box. Mark Pinello, senior out of Coral Springs, Florida. 66 Impala with a 540 big block. Peyton Cowling out of Browns, Illinois, construction worker. 69 Camaro with 396 big block. Big heavy Chevy taking on the lightweight Camaro. Camaro's weighed in at just under 3,000 pounds back in the day. The Camaro, the Chevy, well, the big Impala, nearly 4,000 pounds. Today, the Camaro weighs 3,900 pounds. 157 to 232. Big Chevy trying to hold them off, but it's the left lane with the better incrementals. But the big Chevy stayed out in front, 1174 to a quicker 1168, all on the reaction time. 1963 Fairlane 429 Ford big block takes on Bernie Hudd in the Duster with the 340 small block. Mark Wumble out of Paducah, Kentucky, and Bernie Hudd out of Berthoud, Colorado. Duster and Fairlane getting ready to go. The compact Valiant became a mid-size car with the introduction of the Dusters. Full stage for the Mopar. They're gone. Look at that Ford just go with 006 reaction time, but on the wrong side of the green. But that Ford is moving. 1019. 129 miles an hour to a 1296 at 93. Little Nova station wagon over in the Budweiser lane. Going to take on the Nova Coupe here in the Jaggies lane. Bear Nichols out of Cable, Kentucky. 65 Nova. Says it's a 283. Maybe on one side of the engine. Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. 62 Nova wagon with a 434. 1962 was the first year of the Nova. It was Chevrolet's answer to the Ford Falcon. Corvair didn't quite hit the mark against the Falcon, the Valiant, and the then Dodge Lancer. You gotta remember, the Dart in the early years was a full-size car, not a compact. The Chevy 2, a more conventional car than the Corvair. The base engine on the Nova, a 4-cylinder, 153 cubic inches until 1970. And thanks to Butch Hill, the Hill Boys, I've got a hot rod with one of those little Chevy 4-cylinders in it. Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee with the wagon. The long roof wagon. He goes red. 008 cuts it close to an 023 green. The wagon, the long roof car, outruns the coupe. He goes 941 to a 1042, way out in front, 132 to 115 miles an hour. Brenda Blair out of Elmwood, Tennessee, a 77 big heavy Chevy Caprice with a 385, she says. Bill Randolph out of Millstadt, Illinois, 57 Chevy 408. 57 was the first year of the 283 cubic inch V8. 265 is still 283 is the option. 133 red light for Bill, 035 green for Brenda. The 57 way out in front. Goes 1069, 123 miles an hour to an 1186 at 111 miles an hour. '69 Camaro taking on the Nova, second generation Nova. Wesley Buchanan out of Wycliffe, Kentucky with the '72 Nova 350. Tech card information still getting put in, so I don't have the info on the Camaro driver. 0-1-0 for Wesley on the reaction time, but not the horsepower. And look at the Camaro move. He had an 0.34 reaction. Camaro runs a 970, 138. The Nova, a 1328 at 90 miles an hour. Big Malibu over in the Budweiser lane takes on the Malibu long roof racer, the Wagon. David Sanderson out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 78 Malibu, 427 big block. Rick Jensen out of O'Fallon, Missouri, 72 Chevelle, 406 big block. Well, both of these could be small blocks. 019 red to a 197 green, 60-foot mark saying the hoop is out in front. Incrementals show them tight. 1063 to 1074 at the finish line. 124 to 125 miles an hour. Cool paint job on the Chevy C10 over in the Budweiser lane. Taking on a Flying Falcon. TJ Schneider out of St. Charles, Missouri. A wealth strategist. Why is he racing cars? That's not how to stay wealthy. 64 Falcon with a 408 cubic inch small block. They're gone. 074 next with 018 reaction to the unknown driver of the pickup truck. But the Flying Falcon is moving. Incrementals say that little Falcon is quicker. At the stripe, 1183 to a 1210. 108 to 113 miles an hour. Talk about hot rod Lincolns. Look at this one. Big old Lincoln here in the Cheggy's lane, taking on the Dodge Dart. Larry Runnels out of Union, Missouri, 67 Lincoln with a 460. Big block power, but that's a lot of car to move around. About almost 5,000 pounds of Lincoln. But I like the choice. He dares to be different. Hits the loud pedal, and the Lincoln spins the tires. The Dart just stakes it and goes. 023 and 069 reaction time, but the Lincoln spun the tires big time. Dart goes 11 flat to a 1229, 118 to 108 miles an hour. Second body series of the Nova over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Malibu. It's Marvin Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky with a 70 Chevy, 400-inch in the Malibu. Tim Boggs out of Fayetteville, Ohio, 67 Nova. It's actually the Chevy 2, the base model, the stripped down with a 350 V8. Full stage, tracks clear, here we go. Nova pulls the front wheels up, 111, reaction to a 127, 1.5 to a 2.2, 60 foot. Off the pace for the Chevelle, and the Nova scoots down to the finish line with a 1088, 122 miles an hour to a 1410 at 97. Another Chevy 2 up over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Tri-5. Beautiful 56 Chevy. Tech card's not in yet for these two drivers. Spins the tires hard with the 56, gets out of shape, heads towards the center line. Brings it back into the groove and blows on by the Nova. 56 comes up on the stripe with a 1071, 129 miles an hour to an 1169 at 111 miles an hour. And we're still getting tech cards in. A lot of people just arriving today. So I don't have all the information yet on the drivers. Late model, one of the last of the rear-wheel drive Malibus here in the right lane. Second generation Nova over in the left. The Budweiser lane with a bright red Budweiser red Nova. Chevrolet discontinued the rear-wheel drive Malibus in the early 1980s, replaced it with a front drive Toyota variant. Yeah, it was a Toyota built in the same plant that Tesla's come out of now, joint venture with Toyota and Chevrolet. They called it a Malibu. Malibu still exists today, but it's a homegrown car now, built by Chevrolet. Double O to a 339 reaction. Excellent reaction time here in the Jeggies lane. Coming up on the stripe, a 1030, 127 to an 1118 at 116. 67 Malibu. Now in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Chevy S10 pickup truck. S10 goes right up to the lanes. Malibu spinning the tires up. Danny Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana, machinist with the 67 Chevelle. Got a 427 stuffed between the front wheels. Both cars pre-stage. They inch forward. And it's a Malibu. Straight Axle Mafia, we need you to the lanes. Straight Axle Mafia, we need you to the lanes. S10 with the big 009. Well, wrong side of the green, though, and he's way out in front. S10 goes 1079. The Malibu with the 427 at 1255. Again, Straight Axle Mafia to the staging lanes. Straight Axle Mafia cars to the lanes. Straight Axle Mafia cars. This is your call to the lanes. Donovan Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana, 1974 Vega, 496-inch big block for power, and he's taking on the long roof Malibu here in the Jeggies lane. Malibu was introduced 1964. And like the other General Motors division, they were one up by Pontiac's GTO in 1964 with a 389 cubic inch big block power. Chevy had a 327. Olds and Buick both had 330s. But the Malibu came back with a high horsepower 327. Then late 1965, they introduced the 396 in the SS model. There were about 200 of those made. But in 1966, you ordered an SS, you got the big one. Like to begin the drop, and the wagon is gone. 124 to an I was a little bit sleepy. 777 reaction time. And the Vega driver backs out of it. Malibu is going to head on down track out in front and stay out there. Malibu goes 1242, 94 miles an hour to a 1523 at a mere 56 miles an hour. Barracuda over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the front motor injected dragster. Joey Fay out of Webster, Kentucky, 327 cubic inch, an original Woody Gilmore chassis car. J.B. Wood out of Springfield, Illinois, the 21-year-old plus truck driver in the 68 Barracuda with a 408 Mopar motor. Second generation Barracuda heads off the track with a 215 reacting to an 078 from the Dragster. Barracuda keeping up with the Dragster. It's going to be tight at the stripe. Oh, and the Dragster just inches about with a 1014 to a 1003. Margin of victory on that one, 29 thousandths of a second. C10 Chevy pickup truck taking on the 1955 Chevrolet. Chevrolet entered in the performance world with the 1965 or 55 Chevy with a 265 V8, but that was not Chevrolet's first V8 engine. I'll let you think about that for a little bit. Everyone thinks 265 was, but it wasn't. Red light for the pickup, and he pulls the front wheels up in the air. 008 to an 076 reaction. The C10 truck leads the Tri-5 up to the stripe, and the pickup goes 983 to a 1099, 123 to 100 miles an hour. Malibu getting ready to go. And again, we don't have tech info yet. We're still entering tech cards. Lots of entries in the category. Again, Straight Axle Mafia. Straight Axle Mafia. You should be in the staging lanes. Straight Axle Mafia. You should be in the staging lanes. pair of cool machines coming up. Definitely different. Malibu is going to take a single. .252 reaction, 1.560 foot mark. Half track at 686 at 100 miles an hour. Crosses the finish line, 1081, 122. All right, next up, Chevy Bel Air. First year of the Bel Air hardtops. 1952 Bel Air with a 310 small block. It's Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio. He's a bass player, it says. Rick Osborne out of Appomattox, Virginia. 38 Chevrolet pickup truck, 406. Little dry hop gets that Chevy bouncing here in the right lane. Straight Axle Mafia to the lane. Straight Axle Mafia, your call to the staging lanes. Got some heavy wheelie bars in the back of that Chevy. RPMs come up. He sets it on the wheelie bars. They both leave with red lights. And it's the Jegs lane holding on to a bit of a lead. Goes 1098 to a 1089 by virtue of the bigger red light. 0.3 of a second, as a matter of fact. Second gen Nova, copper coated, over in the Budweiser lane, getting ready to go. Straight Axle Mafia drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Straight Axle Mafia drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Nova getting ready, moving up. Again, programs are here. The programs are here. Head on over to the reunion tent. If you did not get your program with your goodie bag, they're there. Go grab one. RPM start to come up for the Nova. Spins the tires as he leaves the line. 138 reaction, 1760 foot mark, 5.0 at the 330. Comes at half track with a 766, 192 miles an hour. Crosses the finish line at 1193 at 114 miles an hour. All right, doing a little bit of track prep as we get ready for the Straight Axle Mafia cars coming your way. I can only imagine what these are. We did not have them last time, but I'm looking out there, and they are some cool old school cars coming your way here at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Thanks for coming out. We do appreciate you being here. A little bit of a breeze to try and keep you a little cool. And those stands in the shade, man, I wish every track had them that way. Plenty to see, lots to do here at this year's event. The Show and Shine area, man, they are full of great looking machines. Now, earlier I said that 1955 was the beginning of the Chevy performance era. Well, modern day performance. The first Chevrolet V8 was actually introduced in 1917. The same year the Chevrolet brothers won the Indianapolis 500. But Willie Duran, the man in charge of Generous Motors, didn't like Chevrolet having a V8 engine. The brothers got into a little bit of a tiff with Willie Duran, and they left General Motors, leaving their namesake car with him and relegated to a 4-cylinder until later on when the 6 cylinders came out. But Duran wanted Chevrolet to compete against Ford, not against the high-priced cars, so the V8 engine only lasted a couple of years, and it was canceled. Sal Stabilk. I'm not sure of the pronunciation. Stabilk. Sal out of Hammond, Louisiana. We need you to come up to the tower, please. 1961 Chevy Impala driver. Sal, please come to the tower. Sal Stabilk. Or no, well, you could be a doctor based on your handwriting. Sal Stabile. Sal Stabile. Stabile. 61 Impala. Come on up to the tower. Hal Connor. Hal Connor with the 41 Willys. Please come to the tower. J.B. Wood. J.B. Wood, please come up to the tower. Donovan Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana, please come up to the tower. And Danny Bolding. Danny Bolding, please come up to the tower. All right, here comes some interesting looking machines, a straight axle mafia. Now, straight axle is kind of a misnomer. Not one of these has a straight axle that I can see so far. They've got a little bit of a drop to them, but these are cool. How about a Model A sedan? Stuffed full of Chevy power. Then a gasser style Nova. Here we go. Bobby Turner out of Carl Bell, Florida. I think it's probably Carl Gable. Well, it may be Carabelle. 31 Ford, 383 Chevy for power. Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. 66 Nova, 383. Nova to take on the Model A Ford. Model A was Etzel's answer to the Model T. And Etzel saw the Model T aging and losing traction against the competition, which was Chevrolet back in those days. So 1928, the introduction of the Model A occurred. The Nova, well, that was Chevrolet's real answer to the Ford Falcon. Changed driving the 1966 model. Now the Nova was a higher accessory level than the Chevy 2. And it is a 160 to a 407 reaction time. The lighter weight Model A is moving out. And it's the Model A through the stripe first. And they run 8th mile. Long roof, 56 Ford. Ranch wagon takes on the Malibu. Bruce Allen out of Harrisburg, Illinois, 64 Chevelle. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky, 56 Park Lane. It was the high level. That was Ford's answer to the Nomad. In this case, Chevrolet stepped out ahead of Ford for a couple of years. Ford getting out of shape. Goes 676 to a 712, 93 to 101 miles an hour. Again, they're running 8th mile. Johnny Armstrong out of Pinson, Alabama, 50 Chevy, 400 incher. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky, 48 Chevrolet with a 350. So Brad Outlaw, Floresville, Mississippi, 65 Ranchero goes red with an 085 reaction to a near perfect 001 for Mike Combs in the 56 Chevy. 708 to a 713, 94 to 94 miles an hour. Honey, I shrunk the Model A. Well, maybe not. This is an Austin. A Bantam body car. Back in 1932, they made this little sedan. Kenny Shane out of Litchfield, Kentucky. 350 big block Chevy. Well, small block Chevy. Donnie O. Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky. 41 Studebaker. That is cool. Now, that Bantam in the right lane, that body was on license from Austin of Great Britain. Nissan sold it as a Datsun, and BMW sold that car as a Dixie. And in the U.S., they called it a Bantam. All on license from Great Britain. Light goes red for both. 048 to an 085 reaction. The little Bantam out in front. Most people think of Bantam as a roadster, but they did have a sedan as well. 904 to an 854. Chop top, and look at the bright yellow skunk stripes down the back here. 57 Chevy, John Stevens, and Mike Moore out of Murray, Kentucky's 36 Plymouth 427 Chevy for power, it says. John Stevens out of Ocala, Florida, 57 Chevy with a 383 small block. Budweiser Lane with an excellent 031 reaction is going to outrun the 57 of John Stevens. 659, 101 to an 823 and 84. And look at the metal flake on this baby. Wow. That thing is so bright. David Mansfield out of West Paducah, Kentucky. 67 Opel Cadet, 355 Chevy. And he's got about 20 pounds worth of metal flake in the paint. Taking on the Rambler, 62 with a 389 Chevrolet Greg Skidmore out of Mount Vernon, Illinois. Two unusual cars, but they are cool. Green light, they're gone. 037 to a 101 reaction time. The Rambler out in front. The Rapid Rambler goes through the lights with a 755 to an 858 for the Opel. 55 Chevy taking on, well, looks like a 55 Ford as well. Chuck Deaver out of Clarkson, Kentucky. 55 Chevrolet, 396 big block. Three-stage lights are lit. Full stage for the Chevy. Ford rolls in. Here we go. And the Ford outruns the Chevrolet. Ford goes 706 to a 757. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. We need you to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. We need you to the lanes, please. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. '55 Chevy taking on the 57 Ford. Jerry Hansen out of Clarkston. It's a Ford 300 with the 460 big block. John Wolls out of Louisville with a 55 Chevy 422. Wheels come up high for the Tri-5. 081 to an 057 reaction, and the Chevy shuts down the Ford. He goes 682 to an 834. Ford Unibody. This is a very rare truck. This is where the bed and the body are one piece. Ford made that for a couple of years. This one's a 1961 model with a 358 cubic inch Ford. Tim Brannon. Dwight McGuire out of Louisville. He's an auto painter with a 47 Nash. Tim Brannon out of Madisonville, Kentucky with the Unibody Ford. Very rare pickup truck. Red light for the Ford. Chevy popping the wheels up, banging the gears. The pickup truck through the lights, 664, 99 miles an hour to an 831 at 80 miles an hour. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, we need you to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, we need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, we're going to do a little bit of track prep as we get ready for the Midwest Modifieds. In the tower with me right now, though, is NDRL President Butch Hill from the Hill Boys. How you doing, Butch?
I'm doing good, man. It's hot out here, but we're kind of used to it at Bowling Green for this race.
Yeah, now you came in from Missouri with your Studebaker. It is one neat machine.
Yeah, the Studebaker hopefully be ready. We were racing a month ago in St. Louis, and I couldn't get down the track. I was just blowing the tires off. I think my tires, I looked at the runs, and they were done. So I got brand new sticker tires on it now, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I noticed that as you were coming back from Tech yesterday. The stickers were still there. So your first pass, you're going to break those tires in and get those stickers off.
Yeah, you know, when it's hot, you don't want to do huge burnouts, but I'm going to do a big burnout on the first one just to clear those tires up, and then from there on, the rest of the weekend will be much smaller burnouts, if you will.
All right. And, thank you for coming down here. And, you know, it's nice to make friends. Now, Butch and I met unofficially a little over a year ago when I was trying to buy a car. And we're talking on the phone and about the car, and he says, wait a minute, you sound familiar. Next thing I know, I've got an email with a video of me here in the tower and him on track with his Studebaker. That's how great this little small world is, and I did buy the car anyway. So
it was a really cool little Woody, and what a better place for that thing to be than from the Midwest, get it out to the West Coast where you live, and it's just a really cool car, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. You're enjoying it.
I definitely am. The wife and I take this thing out. We've gotten so involved now. My wife's now the vice president of the Woody Club. So we've gotten involved in that, and we take it out all the time. As a matter of fact, we just went to a show by the Road Kings, which is a car club that's been around since 1952, with members like Don Perdome, Tommy Ivo, McEwen was a member. They've got 19 world record holders and 5 Hall of Fame members, including Steve Gibbs, who's going to be out here tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Steve Gibbs will be here tomorrow. And a lot of guys that made the history in the early days of drag racing. And, boy, can we tell you stories about some of those guys. Now, if you ever think about Don Perdome and how serious he was, when he got into the Road Kings Car Club, they had to pledge, I guess you could say. And his pledge was he had to walk around in Bob's Big Boy Restaurants, which was a big chain of restaurants we'd cruise at back in the day, in a diaper. And another member, Bob Moravis, a.k.a. Floyd Lippincott Jr., who drove the freight train, he wore a dress and was right alongside Don as they walked through. All right, little Henry J coming up here. Now, this one's got the optional trunk lid. Back in 1951, when the Henry J was introduced, they had a low-cost version and a upscale. Now, the upscale had a trunk and a glove box. The base model only had a dashboard and no trunk. And there is one out here this weekend that has no trunk, so you can see how much smoother they are on the back. A little red light start, 027 reaction, 1.5 60-foot mark, going for that 8th mile run of 680 at 100 miles an hour. Now, the Henry J was also sold through your local Sears store as a Sears Allstate. Now, they had 3 options, as I was talking about. The trunk lid, the glove box, and the base 4-cylinder could be replaced by a flathead 6. And those engines came out of the AMC, or not AMCs at the time, but the Jeep was the 4-cylinder that came in the Henry J. So the same engine that powered the Jeep during World War II powered the Henry J through the early 1950s. I think it had a little bit more than that 6-cylinder, but it made, American Hot Rod Ingenuity's made those cars fun. And that was, another car like the Willys that was lightweight. They only weighed about 2,000 pounds when they were new. You stuff a V8 engine in them, and they would move out pretty good. Of course, they twisted quite a bit because they didn't have much of a frame. But I had one, and it's one of those cars that I should have hung on to it. But, hey, it got away. I was building it at the time with a Pinto, not a Pinto, but the Mustang SVO turbo 4-cylinder. And it was going to be my daily driver. I figured, 30 miles per gallon, 225 horsepower on a car that weighed 2,000 pounds would have been good. But, hey, it never happened. All right, but we still need Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds to the lanes. All right, we're back to racing action again. Cotton Perry out of Ringgold, Georgia, with the Nova here in the Lucas Lane. The Plastic Fantastic Corvette, Jack Small. All right, Jack Small, Owensboro, Kentucky, 65 Corvette, 582 big block. Cotton Perry out of Ringgold, Georgia, 66 Nova, the Chevy 2, which means it's the base model body. It's got a 280 cubic inch engine, he says. That could be either a big 6 or a small V8. Or someone just tight, I don't know. Takes a hip and a hop and straightens it out. Corvette moves out in front. 071 to a 121 reaction time. The Corvette at the stripe first, 911 to a 977, 147 to 138 miles an hour. Another Nova 2 for Chevy 2 taking on the Monza. Now, the first Monzas were Corvair, but in the 70s, the more swoopy front engine Monza came out. Gary Rollo out of Baytown, Texas, 79 Monza, 355. Small block, Mike Welthel out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 66 Nova for Chevy 2, 327 small block. The Monza takes a hop, heads towards the right, straightens it back out again. Identical reaction times down to the thousandth of a second, 9:57 for the Monza, 11:28 for the Nova, the Chevy 2. 69 Camaro takes on a 70, 350 small block. Tim Gillum out of Lafayette, Indiana, takes on Mark Mag out of Bowling Green. 69 Camaro, Z28. Z28 was a car designed for racing, but it was supposed to go left and right, a road race car. But here we go, making it into the drag strip car. Wheels come up in the air on the 70 for Tom Gillum. 028 to a 227 reaction time, and the heavier second-gen Camaro goes through the lights first, 1083 to an 1110. 1967, first year of the Camaro over in the Budweiser lane. Taking on the Nova, Danny Kellums out of West Baton, Indiana, 67. He says Chevy 2. Chevy 350 for power. Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee, 67 Camaro, 327. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock. Camaro pulls the front wheels up, banging the gears in the Nova. Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, and the right lane slowing down. 1095 for Donnie Vaught at 119 miles an hour. The Chevy 2 slowing down, just creeping through with an 1816 at 44 miles an hour. Again, Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. Dave Walther out of Lanesville, Indiana, Auto Repair Tech, 66 Chevy 2, 327. Takes on that turquoise Tri-5, the 57 Chevrolet. 57 also ushered in the first year of fuel injection for Chevrolet. The mechanical Rochester fuel injection made 283 horsepower out of 283 cubic inches. 57 goes red with a 108 red light, 1.560 foot mark, but it's moving. He just scoots past Dave Walther's Nova. 999, 126 to a 1099 at 119. Camaro and Malibu getting ready to go. Now the 68 and the 67 Camaros look almost identical. The big tail, those little wind wings on the front. 68s don't have them. 67 Camaro, Donnie Beeler pulls away in the right lane. The Malibu of Mr. Brock, he's not ready. He's backing it up. We're going to hold him reset for him. Ford Fairlane, the sedan, the lighter weight Fairlane back in that day. And this is Darrell Nelson out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. 66 Fairlane, 482 Ford power against 493 Mopar. Moving up into the beams, Ford against Plymouth. Mopar with the bigger engine, 493 cubic inches against 482. Fairlane, a smaller car, but weighs about the same as the Plymouths. Plymouths are pretty lightweight, especially the Savoy model. Light goes green, wheels come up on the Ford. Better reaction time for Frank in the Mopar, but the Ford gets right by him. 3/10 quicker at the 3:30 mark and continues on 10:10 to a 10:98. 131 to 120 miles an hour. Big, long, heavy 63 Ford. Now, they did have some lightweight versions of this. Well, lightweight was kind of a misnomer. They did have aluminum front fenders and bumpers, but it was still no lightweight. Made for the super speedways with that roof line. A lot of racers brought them to the drags and had fun. Barney Lawrence out of Bowling Green, Kentucky with the 63 Polara painted up like the Sox and Martin Mopars, but they were Plymouths. Ford quicker. Ford runs away and going to get the win over in the Budweiser lane. It goes 12:41, 104 miles an hour to a 14:38 at 94 miles an hour. Car you don't see too often in stock, super stock, is the Buicks. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee, 67 Grand Sport. Now, if you knew the right numbers to press or the options, you could get yourself a pretty good performance Buick. And that's what the Grand Sport was. 400 cubic inch Buick engine. It was Buick's answer to the GTO. Cornette over in the Budweiser lane is Ron Tiller. 66 Cornette with a 540 cubic inch Hemi. Yeah, he's got a Hemi. So the bigger Mopar takes on the smaller Buick. The problem with selling these through the Buick dealer was their average buyer was 70 years old and not interested in performance. Wheels go up and they're gone. 098 to an 050 reaction time. The Mopar's out in front. The Buick not doing too shabby, but not going to catch the Mopar either. And the Dodge through the lights. 988 to a 1036. 107 to a much faster 127. So Ron Tiller may have been on the brakes just a little bit, slowing it down. Barry Camp out of Monroe, Georgia, 62 Bel Air Sport, 609 Mountain Motor. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, 65 Belvedere, 512 cubic inches. Giving up almost 100 cubic inches against the Chevrolet. Chevrolet, a heavy machine, nearly 4,000 pounds. The Plymouth, little over 3,000 pounds. Chevy gone. 032 to a 196 reaction time. Incrementals show that Chevy is moving quick. Headed down to the finish line. It is the Chevrolet all the way. 943, 146 to a 1091 at 93 miles an hour. Malibu, two-door wagon, long roof racer. I'm going to take on the Malibu sedan here. And we're going to do a quick track check. Car's finally made the clearing. Turns off. Well, they're thinking something might be out there, so we're going to do a quick check of the track before we send any more cars down. Thanks for coming out to Beach Bend Raceway for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. The greatest race of all, the Hot Rod Reunions, where people come back and see the things that were and remember and enjoy. Hot Rod Reunions were started almost 30 years ago, actually in 1992, after Steve Gibbs decided he's tired of going to funerals and reminiscing. He said, let's get everyone together while they're still around and have a reunion. They were only going to do it once. 30 years later. Hot Rod Reunion's going strong. Started out in Bakersfield, California. Went to Epping. Had one in Illinois. But Beach Bend, that's the place. That's where it's holding on, holding strong. So we're glad you could be part of this year's Hot Rod Reunion here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Again, if you'd like to see video, you got friends at home that couldn't make it, or family, go to YouTube and dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv on YouTube. We're streaming video live of the event. All right, so we got a little bit of stuff on track. We're going to get it cleaned up before we send anyone else down. Drivers in the cars, you might as well relax for a bit. We're going to be down for a while as we get this all cleaned up. But sitting there on the starting line, getting ready to go, Gabriel Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. He's an insurance person, 37 years young, 64 Chevelle, 548 big block. Mitch Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee, 38-year-old mechanic, 65 Chevelle with a 454. And we'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. We got a little stuff to clean up, and we'll be back to racing in a while as we get it straightened up and safe again to race. So drivers, you might as well want to get out of your car and stay a little cooler. It's going to be a while. We got some Earl down there. So apparently the last car was not totally track trained, went tinkle down the track, and we'll get it cleaned up. The Sidewalk Zamboni headed down there right now, and we'll be back to racing action in just a bit. Good opportunity for you to head and get something to munch on. I mean, you know, hey, it's almost lunchtime. Beat the lines. Plenty of food choices out there. Check it out. I'm Bob Beck. Thank you for being here at Beach Bend at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Good opportunity for you to walk through the manufacturer's midway and check out some of the things they've got there. I saw some great artwork down there that I'm going to be perusing a little bit later on. There's parts and pieces and shirts and all sorts of stuff. But check it out. But we're going to be down for a little bit. Drivers, you might want to get out of your car and cool off a bit. All right, if you haven't already got your programs, you can get them over at the reunion tent. Get your event T-shirts and more, and pick up the program while you're there. Our Grand Marshal, Ted Spihar, is going to be here a little bit later on. His Motown Missile is back behind the tower here. You can take a look at it, one of the early pro stock cars. And I mean, he was so successful at tuning V8 Mopar motors that NHRA awarded him the lead trophy. Basically, they had to add 100 pounds to the vehicle to slow them down. They were so much quicker than the competition back in the day. But he went on to build great racing motors, not only for drag racing cars, but for road racing as well, and made the Chevrolet Corvette team very successful in the Le Mans series here in the USA and abroad. But whatever work he did on the Mopars, well, that translated to the whole Mopar team. And it didn't matter whether you were driving a Dodge or a Plymouth, the information was the same, and they shared it. But he did the development work and did it for Chrysler. Started out with a little gas station. Chrysler found out how well he was tuning engines, and they brought the business to him. Jerry Cooley, another honoree this time. The multi-talented Jerry Cooley achieved success on the national scale during the heydays of modified eliminator, as he was one of the hardest working and most productive track promoters in the southeastern United States. And additionally, he worked for a variety of careers over his year. Cooley drag racing days began in 1954. He secretly raced his parents' 54 Ford in Montgomery, Alabama. I don't know. No one here's ever secretly raced the parents' car, have they? Yeah, sure. Len Cottrell and John Spielman will be honored later on. And they can easily honor Len Cottrell and John Spielman separately for their outstanding individual careers. As Cottrell says, he's hired 18 different drivers over the years, making him a nominee for Roland Leong Eastward. If you know that, if you know anything about that, Roland Leong's probably had more drivers than anybody else on the West Coast, and he learned that he needed special drivers on his race cars because he couldn't drive successfully. So we'll be talking to Len Cottrell and John Spielman at the Honoree Awards, going to be at the Corvette Museum later on. Paul Romine was the first guy with a front-engine top-fuel car to get into the fives, and he did it in style. We used to joke about him going guardrail to guardrail in 5 seconds, and he could. He used to travel with the Good Guys and the Heritage. Before the Heritage Series really took off, Good Guys had their VRA series, and he was the man to beat in nostalgic top fuel. He also tried his hand at sprint cars, formula cars, sports cars, and his passion was high-performance airplanes. He's got himself a Mustang P-51. Loves taking that thing out. He also did funny cars. And his final 10 years of competition were spent in the Man o' War Nostalgia Funny Car, where he racked up 3 DRO championship titles. The last of our honorees this week is going to be George the Bushmaster Schreiber. Now, George was one of the early members of NHRA. You got to remember, NHRA formed in 1951. George still has his original membership card, and it looks pretty darn good. He got it in August of 1953. Just a youngster at the time, but a very flamboyant racer, and he's driven just about everything. He had a beautiful hot rod back in the days. In 1960, he had his car, and he and his car buddy Leroy Tex Smith came out to California. Tex Smith became the editor of Hot Rod magazine and later an employee of NHRA. Schreiber finished off his Olds-powered Roadster 32 Highboy, and it was so cool it gained membership for him in the LA Roadster Car Club, which is a very elite group of Roadster owners, and on the cover of the September issue of Hot Rod magazine. He also drove a very wild top fuel car called Yellow Fang, and it was a car owned by Big Daddy Ed Roth. It had swoopy body styling when everyone else was just pretty plain Jane. This had a big fang-shaped canopy body, and George drove that as well. Now, that wasn't fast enough for him, so he moved on to jet cars and did a lot of exhibition runs with the Blue Angels. He has his own little museum located in Stafford, Missouri, the Bushmaster's Rockin' Race Place, and it's got a little restaurant attached to it. But the museum in the back is loaded with his cars, and it is a place to be. Hope you get a chance to walk through the PPG Industries Show and Shine area. We've got some great cars out on the grass. Love what I've seen so far, and when I get a chance, I'm going to be walking through to check it out themselves. Now, some of the people that help bring the Hot Rod reunion to you are people like Carrillo with TFX pistons and shot-peened rods, Ross Racing Pistons, Holley, of course. And check out the Holley booth for their latest and greatest. E3 lithium batteries. Of course, AAA auto insurance as well. Now, Holley has really got their stuff together. They have become the largest purveyor of performance parts in the country. With Holley EFI systems, carburetors and intake manifolds, MSD, Earls, Demon, Wyand, Flowtech, NOS, Frostbite, Mallory, Flowmaster, Mr. Gasket, Racepack, Excel, QuickTime, Lakewood, Hooker Headers, Quick Fuel, Hayes, Hans, Stillo, Rocket, Simpson, AEM, Bear, Hurst, Brothers Truck Parts, Classic Instruments, Gear FX, B&M, Hillborn, Drake, and don't forget their Sniper EFI and Holley Classic trucks. Holley. Call their tech line at 866-464-6553. Check out their booth back on the straightaway of the Oval. They got some great t-shirts for all the manufacturers that they represent and more. All right, truck getting cleaned up. You can see the streak of kitty litter to try and get that oil up. Again, racers, if you know you've got a problem with your car, we know drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. If you know you've got a problem, and usually the big puff of smoke or the loud banging noises are an indicator, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track and come to a stop. It's easier and quicker for us to clean up a small spot than it is the length of the track. And we're getting it all cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit for you. All right, we're getting it all cleaned up. You see the smoke cloud there, the dust clearing it. And if you've got the time, Ohio George Montgomery's here. And he's over there. He ordered up a whole bunch of Sharpies. So if you want his autograph, he's over there. He's got some hero cards, and he's got some books, too. You might check it out. Ohio George. He's over by the swap meet, between the swap meet and the restroom area. I don't know if that's a good place to be, but he's right in between there. So he knows he's going to get guys going to the swap meet. And after they walk to the swap meet, you got to go to the restroom when you got to go. Well, he's right in between there. So Ohio George Montgomery out there. He's got his Sharpie. He's ready to sign some autographs. And, maybe get a book from him or two. All right, track's getting cleared up. Tractor's laying down some rubber. We'll be back to racing action in just a few minutes. And we got some stories to tell you a little bit later on about this hot rod Lincoln that came up here a little while ago. Probably the world's fastest 67 Lincoln. And it's here with us this weekend. When he comes back up later on, runs in the hot rod class, we'll talk about it for you. If you want an unusual car, he is relieving himself of the car. And you might get a very unique car to go racing with. We'll tell you that a little bit later on when he comes up here to race. All right, we got a clear track. We're ready to go back to racing action. Drivers, please return to your vehicle. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. The rule is no car may go down the track without a driver, so please return to your vehicles. All right, we fired them up. It's going to be Gabriel Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. 64 Chevelle, 548 cubic inches worth of power. Going to take on Mitch Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee. 65 Chevelle, 454. So you got a long route, rare two-door wagon. You're going to take on the sedan, stripped down base model Malibu. (1965 and 1964). If you look at it closely, the biggest difference: the grille, the hood, and the front fenders. Most everything else stayed the same on these cars. The first 2 years of the Malibu, 64, 65. Complete body reconfiguration by 1966. And we've got a 67 coming up right behind it. Three-stage lights lit. Full stage for the wagon, full stage for the sedan, and the lights go green. Well, 049 for Mitch Reed to an 018 red for Gabriel Ray. And it's the sedan making it all the way to the finish line first. 10:13 to a 12:70, only 88 miles an hour. So I got a feeling Gabriel Ray had an issue and he backed out of it. Now the mighty Mopar. Jimmy Deaver out of Hodgeville, Kentucky. 64 Dodge Wagon, 440 for power. Danny Whitford out of Paducah, Kentucky. 67 Chevelle with a 555 big block. Light goes green. Wheels come up in the air on the Chevelle. 002, near perfect reaction time for Jimmy Deaver. At the stripe, the Chevelle gets there first, 9:76 to an 11:30. But if he does that 002 and runs that number, that Dodge is going to be tough to beat. Barracuda, second gen. Dale Mears out of Buffalo, Kentucky, 68 Barracuda with a 440. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee, the 65 Malibu. 014 to an 031 red. And it's going to be the Barracuda taking the win light. Cuda goes 795 to a 1087. Plymouth and Malibu. Malibu hardtop. Going to take on the Plymouth. Mick Alias out of New Albany, Indiana, 64 Belvedere with a 426. Matt Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee, 65 Chevelle with a 454. First big block to go into a Chevelle was 1965. There was about 200 of those made with 396s. In 66, you ordered a SS, you got the 396. But there were three 396s back then. A 325 horse, a 350, and a 375 horse. 375 was kind of a grenade, I'm told. Didn't stay together real well. Light goes green, they're gone. 8-1 reaction for Matt Reed in the Chevelle. 109 reaction for Mick in the Mopar. An 11:01 for Mick in the Mopar, and a 10:82 for Matt Reed at 124 miles an hour to 123. All right, two of the midsize for the General Motors fans. Diana Bookout out of Decatur, Alabama, 65 Chevelle with the 555. Taking on Jimmy Gower out of Litchfield, Kentucky, 65 Buick. This is when you could tell the difference between a Buick and a Chevrolet easily. Look at it. None of the body parts are interchangeable. Something that they don't do today. Double reds. And, something went wrong. And Diana Books pulled to the side. If there's a problem, though, Diana, come to a stop. Don't keep driving it. Buick goes 14:36, 91 miles an hour. Diana off the racing surface, but still rolling down track. Not quite sure what the issue was. Maybe something simple. But again, racers, if you do have a problem, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track and come to a stop. All right, so we got a Ford Fairlane, Thunderbolt style. Tubbed with some big tires in the back over in the Budweiser lane. Taking on the Mopar. Pete Els out of Clarksville, Indiana. 63 Plymouth Fury with a 524 cubic inch big block. D.W. Hopkins out of Satellite, Mississippi. 64 T-Bolt with a 512. All right, so we got the car coming off the track. We got a clear track. We're ready to go. 63 Fury with a 524 big block, taking on the Ford, the 64 Thunderbolt, the 512. Now, the Thunderbolt was a special built car from Ford. They sent it to Detroit Steel for after assembly line assembly. And they created the Thunderbolt. They were all sedans. If you see someone that says, I got a Thunderbolt, and it was a hardtop, not a real Thunderbolt. Talked to Gas Ronda before his passing about the Thunderbolt. He was one of the more prolific Ford drivers at the time. And he said if you could get the thing to launch off the starting line, then you had a good run going, and you'd be in the 9-second zone, maybe 10s. But he says if that thing spun the tires, forget it. It ain't going nowhere. All right, Ford against Mopar. Lights drop. Mopar pulls front wheels up in the air. 089 reaction to a better 042. Incrementals. Well, Mopar was quicker until the 8th mile. Then the Ford picked up the pace. But a 10:16 to a 10:28. The Mopar stays out in front. Almost 30 miles an hour faster. 131 to 103. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois, 64 Belvedere with 383 big block. George Warren out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 67 Fairlane with a 390. Wheels come up in the air on the Ford. 072 to a 133 reaction. Incrementals, well, they're close, but the Ford is out in front and gets the win. Goes 11-16 to an 11-13. 116 to 118 miles an hour. They were darn close. First 60 feet, the Ford had them by a tenth of a second. Neil Broyles out of Beach Bluff, Tennessee, in the 69 Dodge Dart. Going to take on the big Dodge Polara with the very patriotic red, white, and blue striping across the top. Dart's got a 383. Got to try and stick it to the full-size Plymouth or Dodge. Little Dart moves away. 105 reaction time to a 277. All right, we need modified eliminator. Modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, 65 Belvedere. Modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the staging lanes. Modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Better reaction time for Deaton's machine with an 071 to a 146. Incrementals, they are close. Going all the way down track, side by next, 1030 to a 1045, 128 miles an hour here in the Jegs lane. A 1045 at 124 miles an hour over in the Budweiser lane. Ron Tiller in the Dodge Coronet 66 with a 540 Hemi. Again, we need modified eliminator to the lanes. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Wheel goes up, 066 reaction, 1.3, 60 foot, 3.9 at the 330, 6.1 at the 8th, 113 miles an hour. At the finish line, a 9:57, 140 miles an hour. So we need modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Modified eliminator. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Again, racers, if you've got friends and family that couldn't make it to the event, they can be watching it live. It's live streaming on YouTube. Live stream, dragracer.tv on YouTube. Check it out. Live stream on YouTube of all the action this weekend. Exhibition cars, this is your first call to the lanes. Exhibition cars, come on down to the lanes. We got the modified eliminator there. Now we've got room for exhibition cars. Please come on down. First call, exhibition to the lanes. Exhibition, first call to the lanes, modified eliminator. You should already be in the lanes. Exhibition, you should be up next. Gas eliminator, you will follow, so stand by. Modified eliminator should be in the lanes. Exhibition, you should be following them. All right, here comes the modified eliminators up for you. These are some interesting cars. Model A Ford, one of the first ones to come out. Got the 32 grill shell and a small block Chevy for power. The patriotic American flag across the trunk. Big slicks, coilovers, big 9-inch Ford rear end. Chop top, taking on the Nova. Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama, 31 Ford with a 434 cubic inch Chevrolet. Bryce Lawrence out of West Paducah, Kentucky, 67 Chevy 2, 377 cubic inch. He's a 27-year-old union plumber. Brian Todd, an engineering manager. Nova getting some tires hot on this one. So Brian Todd with the Chevy-powered Model A, and Bryce Lawrence with the Nova and a 377 small block Chevy. Model A replacing the vulnerable Model T in the Ford portfolio. Model A was built for 4 years, 27 or 28, 29, 30, and 31. Replacing the Model T. Red light start for the A, a 006. Excellent reaction time for Bryce Lawrence. The A-Bone getting to the finish line first. 10:09 to a 10:49. The Barracuda over in the Budweiser lane, taking on the Vega. Now, the first pony car to come out was not the Mustang. The Barracuda beat the Mustang to market by 2 weeks. Nobody noticed. The ad campaign and the popularity of Ford products overshadowed the Mopar Barracuda with its 14 cubic foot rear window. Vega was Chevrolet's answer to the Pinto. I don't know if they read the question right, though. Light goes green, they're gone. 025 to an 050 reaction. Jake Borman with the 72 Vega out in front. Tony Miles chasing in the Barracuda. 1083 for the Cuda, a 1006 for the Vega. Second generation Nova, Billy Moffitt out of Clinton, Tennessee, 72 SS with a 421. Charlie Hamilton out of Maynardsville, Tennessee, 37 Ford, 393 cubic inch Ford power plant. How about that? A Ford with a Ford. Moffitt moves up, he stages, lights dropping, wheels go up, and he red lights. 070 to a perfect reaction time. Charlie Hamilton, drip, zip, perfect light, perfect reaction time. Goes 1063 to an 1112. 1063 to an 1112, and a perfect reaction time on top of it for Charlie. Wayne Hardy out of Taylor, Mississippi, 66 Chevy Chevelle sedan. Taking on Dennis White, Bardstown, Kentucky, 64 Fairlane, 347. Oh, the Fairlane, all shot. 076 to a 180, and that Ford is out in front to stay. Malibu not even going to come close to catching him. The Ford goes 1118 to an 1142, 121 to 119 miles an hour. Over in the Budweiser lane, a Plymouth Valiant. Terrell Fulcher out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Going to take on the Nova of Chris Cowles out of Bowling Green. 70 Nova with a 350 takes on the Valiant. The Plymouth Valiant says it's got a Chevy 377 in it. Red light, full with a red Chevy. 023 red to a 156 green. Headed down track. It's a solo run. Oh, well, solo win anyway. 1097 to an 1198. Malibu over in the Budweiser lanes. It's Neil Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky. 70 Malibu, 350. Bill Kuber out of Mount Vernon, Indiana. This is when Pontiac had a compact car, the Tempest. Now, this thing was really unique. The base engine was half of a 389. They literally cut 4 cylinders off a 389. It was a slant 4. They had a transaxle. The transmission and the differential in the back were one component, much like a Corvair piece. This one's got a 455 cubic inch, and I can guarantee it no longer has that transaxle. Red light start for Neil Poole in the Chevy 018 Reds or an 047 Green. Pontiac leads the way. And Pontiac goes 1155, 114 to a 1392 at 83. 67. Camaro. Camaro was the answer for the Mustang. Took Chevrolet 3 years to introduce a car to compete against the Mustang. Mustang was introduced April of 1964 at the New York World's Fair, and I'm so dang old I was there. John Minalt out of DeLand, Florida, 67 Camaro with a 350 small block. .030 reaction, 1560 foot mark, 4.6 at the 330, 7.3 at the halfway point, and crosses the finish line with an 1175 at 110 miles an hour. Long roof racer, 57 Chevy, two-door handyman wagon. Taking on the 1967 Camaro. Boy, Chevy smoking up a storm here in the Jegs Lane. Shea Smith out of Louisville, 57 Chevy with a 372. Greg Carter out of Franklin, Kentucky. He's into law enforcement, 67 Camaro. Shafarov Engines, the sponsor for the 540 cubic inch big block. Full stage, lights drop. Camaro pulls the front wheels high, goes 033 to a 174 reaction. Camaro's going to keep it out front. Goes 1055 to an 1113, 124 to 118 miles an hour. Exhibition, you should be coming up now. Exhibition, where are you? Exhibition, you should be in the lanes. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas eliminator to the lanes. 67 Camaro getting ready to go. David Lang out of Collierville, Tennessee. 396 big block power. All right. Exhibition cars. You should be in the staging lanes ready to go. Exhibition. Gas eliminator to the lanes. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Camaro spins tires just a little bit, wiggles and wobbles, straightens it back out again. Lang had a 207 reaction, 1.560 foot mark, and at the finish line he goes 1053, 125 miles an hour. So again, exhibition cars should be coming around the bend. Exhibition cars, you should be running next. You'll be followed by gas eliminator. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas eliminator to the lanes. Little breeze. Hopefully it's keeping you a little cooler when you're in the shade on the grandstands. All right, you got a shot of this car in the program. If you haven't already picked up your program, you can see mighty Mike Bellina, 56 Chevy. Now, he keeps losing more and more of that rear bumper because when he leaves the line, if the wheels aren't in the sky, he's not happy. And Mike Bellina getting tires heated up on that 56 Chevrolet. It's a retired Chicago cop. Wheels go up high, and he goes over towards the wall, backs it up. That wasn't good enough. Let's go back up and try it again. Mike likes putting on a show. Put your hands together for Mike Molina. Let him know you're having fun watching him abuse his machine. Over the years that I've been here, I've watched Mike rip off that bumper more than once. Yeah, if you go to page 42 in this year's program, you'll see a side-by-side wheel stand between Mike and a Barracuda. Mike pulls up to the line. Wheels come up against the bumper. He bounces, he wobbles, he wiggles. He is going down track, going every which way but straight. But does he know the word lift? Mighty Mike Molina, 12:15, 84 miles an hour for one wild ride. If the bumper stays on, it gets narrower every year. Gas eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. Gas eliminator to the staging lanes. All right, doing a little track prep. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment with the Gas Eliminator cars. Gas Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Gas Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. All right, scraping up the track, getting some of that excess rubber off there. There's no truth to the rumor that Goodyear comes here after each race to make retreads. right, the tractor is going to make a couple of laps up and down the track, and we'll be ready to go back to racing action. So drivers, please return to your vehicles. Drivers, please return to your vehicles. All right, sound of horsepower coming at you right now as we pulls up more cars. This is Gas Eliminator. Another Rambler American. Cool little cars, and they work out real well. Overlooked by many because it's a Rambler, but look at it compared to this Nova. Chop Top Nova, fiberglass bodied car. Donnie Rottler out of St. Genevieve, Missouri with the Rambler. Jason Wright out of Flintville, Tennessee with the Nova. Cars are about the same size. Rambler is about as boxy as the previous generation Novas. Make good looking cars though. They're very popular in South America when they were new. They were road race cars that did quite well up against the Ford Mavericks and such at the time. Off the mark they go, 111 to a 226 reaction time, and Donnie Rottler is the one out in the lead with the Rambler. He crosses the finish line with a 950, 139 miles an hour to a 1030 at 124 miles an hour. Shane Gill out of Oakdale, Illinois, 46 Plymouth pickup truck. Yes, Plymouth made pickup trucks for a while. 540 cubic inches. And a Ronnie Howslip from Knowlesville, Tennessee. The Mustang. Mustang chasing. Then a reaction time here for the Plymouth. Coming up on the finish line lights. It's the Ford holding on. 902 to a 917. Studebaker Lark over in the Budweiser lane. Going to take on a second generation Camaro. Phil Stamps from Tipton, Indiana. Camaro's slipperier body. Studebaker, pretty stand-up car, and it's a compact, again, along the lines of that Rambler American and the Chevy 2s. The Studebaker Lark Towards the end of the run of the Studebaker Lark line, before Studebaker went out of business in '66, they used Chevrolet engines. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Stud as he heads down. It clears up. Right lane way out in front. Left lane has a record for slow reaction time. 11:32, 116 for the Stud, 9:12 at 146 for the Camaro. Tri-5 Chevy taking on the Malibu. 1966 Malibu here in the Jegs lane. Tri-5 Chevy, Mike Cutler out of Dawson, Illinois. Mike Ryan out of Piazza, Illinois. 66 Chevelle. Green light sets it back on the wheelie bars, and they are gone. Better reaction time for Cutler. And the Malibu goes through the lights first, 55, backing out of the throttle. 9:08, 146 to a 12:10 at 97. Corvette split window here in the Lucas Lane. Scotty Thomason out of Paris, Tennessee. 63 Corvette, 615. Todd Knapp out of Springfield, Illinois. 70 Chevelle. RPM's coming up. They're gone. 058 to 078 reaction time. 1.260 foot mark here in the loop. In the Jegs lane, he dug in and moved. Goes 899, 149 miles an hour to 968, 136 miles an hour. Little Vega taking on the Barracuda. Now, this Barracuda was second generation, and in that year, they had a notchback, a convertible, and the fastback. This is the notchback. Jeff Thomas out of Columbia, Kentucky, and Brent Cole out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Cole moving out first, 104 to a 444 reaction time. And it is the Vega getting there first, 907 to a 951. Another Vega taking on a Dodge Colt. Now, the Dodge Colt was a joint venture between Chrysler and Mitsubishi. Sal Petrulis out of Howell, Michigan. The 72 Colt with a 440. Some of these found their way into the Pro Stock ranks. Jim Hayes out of Troy, Ohio. 72 Vega, 468 Big Block. Little Dodge Colt, short wheelbase. Lightweight car, and they're gone. 068 to an 059 reaction time, but it is the little Colt moving, galloping to the finish line. Goes 945 to a 1008. A very rare Plymouth Valiant Signet. Two-door. They had a slant six. 170 was the base engine, 225 the optional, and they had an aluminum block option as well. Dalton Ryan out of Piazza, Illinois, 61 Valiant, 406. Chevy Coupe in the Budweiser lane. The Coupe with the better reaction time of 069 to an 084. Valiant trying to get out there. But it's a Chevy holding on. 1001 to a 1020, 130 to 128. Big, heavy Chevy, the 58 Chevrolet, a huge car in comparison to what they replaced. Taking on the Willies. Robert Reeves out of Millington, Michigan, 58 Biscayne, 565 Big Block. Jeff Massaro out of Glencoe, Alabama, 41 Willys, 565 cubic inch. You got equal cubic inches, but the Willys so much lighter than the 58 Chevrolet. 58 Chevrolet, a one-year body style. Nothing from the 58 was carried over to 59 except the frame design. That was when Chevrolet went to the X-shaped frame. All right, Willie's taking on Chevy. 58 Chevrolet. Taking on the 41 Willies. Robert Reeves, late on the lights. 4:15 to an 0:87. Willies flying down track. And gets to the stripe first. 9:09 to a 10:17. 148 to 131 miles an hour. Barracuda, now you saw the notchback a little while ago. Here is the fastback. And it's going to be taking on the Nova. J.B. Wood out of Springfield, Illinois. 21-year-old plus truck driver, 68 Barracuda, with a 4:08. Kevin White out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 72 Nova, second-gen Nova with a 584. Big block. Wheels up. They're gone. Better reaction time for the Mopar driver, but then look at that Chevy. Man, he is powering down track out in front. And he goes 9:33 to a 10:35. Eric Walkup out of Clearwater, Florida, taking on Ivan Ray III. Ivan in the 67 Nova SS, bodyman and painter. 548 big block for power. He goes AKA, he's Buddy. Eric Walkup out of Clearwater, Florida, 56-year-old fleet supervisors. A 64 Chevy, 598 little Novas, a pair. First series, second series, and they're gone. 114 to 149 reaction time. And it is the Jeggies lane. Going to get the win light. 883, 150 miles an hour, doing 919 and 147. Corvette here. Bob Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio. 65 Corvette, 427. Chuck Buckshorn, or Buckshorn, his sponsor. And the Hill Boys, it is Butch Hill, president of the ADRA right now. Hemi-powered 53 Studebaker. Bob Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio, 65 Corvette. Does a short burnout. Hill goes down a little bit. Hill out of Baldwin, Missouri. Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio. Hill Boys got a bunch of cars, but this is the race car. Had some problems getting traction with the car while he was racing at Gateway a week or so ago. They think they've got the problem solved. New tires. And he doesn't. He spins it. Both with the 1/360 foot, but he gets traction. And look at that Studebaker fly by the vet. 871, 160 miles an hour. That is high mile per hour so far of all the cars today. 956 and 138 for the Corvette. And they got some parts and pieces that came out of the Hill Boys car. They're picking them up right now. Hopefully nothing too serious, but they got to do some work here on the starting line. Hill's car started to disintegrate here on the starting line. They'll get it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a few minutes. Still to come, more gasser action. Got gas eliminator going on right now. Lots of cars in that category. And we'll be back to racing after just a quick cleanup here on the starting line. right, a couple of Novas getting ready to go. Steve Skoll out of Lockport, Illinois. John Renfro out of Litchfield, Michigan. 66 and a 67 Nova. 400 cubic inches over in the Budweiser lane. 555 cubic inches, and it's gone. Right lane with the hole shot. Left lane caught napping. Get him some caffeine. A 1 second reaction time. Right lane 934 to a 970. 55 Chevrolet here in the Jegs lane. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky. 509 cubic inch big block. We need Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, please come to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, your call to the lanes. Vega takes on the Tri-5. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky. 55 Bel Air. Blaine Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana. A biomedical engineer with the 72 Vega. Big 427 in the Vega. 509 in the Tri-5. Full stage, both cars, lights drop, wheels up on the 5 with an 049 reaction to an 088. Incrementals show the 55 out in front to stay. 951 to a 970, 137 to 139 miles an hour. A roadster here in the Jeggies lane. Terry Lindsay from Bowling Green, 67 Camaro. Still entering a whole bunch of tech cars. We got lots of race cars here today. Roadster, old Brogy style, getting ready to go. Bruce Fowler, the sponsor of Terry Lindsay. Lindsay in that nice maroon Camaro. Pre-stage lights lit. Roadster a whole lot lighter. 205 to an 078. Look at the Vega just run away. Vega out there. Way out there. Goes 956 at 139 miles an hour to an 1190 at 107. Camaro and Mustang. Here we go. Ford against Chevrolet. Stuart Forney out of Orlinda, Tennessee. 67 Mustang with a 447 Ford Power. Camaro here in the Jegs lane. They're looking at it closely. Not sure what is going on. I think he's all right. There he goes. 148 to an 079 reaction time. It's going to be the Mustang taking the win light. Mustang in the Budweiser lane goes 922 to a 1049. 145 to 123. Love this. One of the last of the first generation Corvettes. Solid axle. Kyle Renfro. 62 Corvette. Last solid axle Corvette to be produced. 402 big block for power. Olin Brock out of New Haven, Missouri in the 71 Duster. 440 Plymouth power. Melanie Brock, the sponsor. Actually, she lets Olin race. Corvette with a 402, Plymouth with a 440. Corvette pulls the front wheels up high. Look at the Duster going every which way but straight. Taking the long way down the track. The Corvette gets the win light, 912, 146 to a 1097, 125. But that Mopar was all over the place. Two-door Nova wagon, never produced, but hot rod ingenuity got it there. Robert Aker from Camby, Indiana, 67 Nova wagon. Takes on Butch Steffens out of Washington, Missouri, 41 Willys. Again, we need Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Here we go, the Wild Willies with the picnic table style spoiler on the back. Better reaction time for the Nova, but look at that Willys move. He gets close to the center line. He's wiggling. That rear spoiler didn't keep it too stable. He had to back out of it. 934 at 101 to a 911 at 147. There are Ford enthusiasts rolling over with this modified Thunderbird. Dan Hobbs in the 56 Bird, 604 cubic inch mountain motor out of Hallsville, Kentucky. Dave Marksberry from Florence, Kentucky, 68 Camaro. Thunderbird was never marketed as a sports car by Ford. Pulls the front wheels up. They called it a personal luxury car at the time, and it really was. It wasn't a performance car, although they did have a supercharged version. The Bird goes 863 to its N18, 155 to 129. 68 Malibu here in the Jeggies lane. 565 Big Block Todd Knott out of Reelsville, Indiana. Donovan Bolding out of Greenville, Indiana. 74 Vega 496 Big Block. Biggest problem the Vega had back in the day was that aluminum block with the cast iron head. American Hot Rod Ingenuity fixed that. Put a V8 between the front wheels. No problem. Although the four-cylinder Vegas weren't too shabby at the time. They did have their issues and all, but I had a 71. I used to road race. Did quite well with the basically stock engine. Of course, we did some hot rod tricks to it. Vega pulling up on a single. They're holding the Malibu for a second. 083 reaction, 1.360 foot. He shuts off. So Vega not making the run that he wanted. He shut it off before half track. Goes 1306 at 68 miles an hour. Now the Malibu's pulling up. Not sure why they separated them, but two singles. Geezer Gassers, you'll follow Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator should be coming up now. Comp Eliminator. And the Malibu backs out of it as well. Malibu goes 1279, backing out of it. Ricky Stutz out of Ohio City, Ohio. 74 Nova. 454 Big Block for power. So second gen Nova getting ready to go. RPMs come up. He's gone. 637 reaction. 1.460 foot. 4.2 at the 330. Comes across finish line with a 1032 at 129 miles an hour. Another Chevy Monza here in the Budweiser lane. Trevor Messamore out of Madisonville, Kentucky. 76 Chevy Monza. They were basically a rebodied Vega, but they did get a V8 as an option and V6s that the Vega didn't get. All right, doing a quick check of the track down there before we send any more cars down. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here. For those of you who have friends or family at home that couldn't make it or decided to stay at home because the air conditioning works, you can have them watching it on YouTube at dragracer.tv. Dragracer.tv. And if you're here and you're having trouble hearing the PA system, you can hear me on the radio. Your FM dial should be set to 87.9. 87.9 on your FM dial. You'll hear us out in the pit area, hiding in his trailer, staying out of the sun. The youthful 78-year-old Ron Hope. Happy birthday. Celebrating his birthday here this weekend. Still drives a rat trap, and he drives a Bonneville car. He's got a couple he takes out to Bonneville. We'll see him out there in August for the Nationals there. And he's run over 200 miles an hour. I believe he's close to or has the record for his class. 257. And he's got a bet going on with one of our friends, Jeff Stillwell, as to who's going to hit 300 miles an hour first. Now, Stillwell's got a whole lot more horsepower this year. So we'll see what happens when we go up to Bonneville in August for that. But happy birthday to Ron Hope. He's still going strong, driving the rat trap, and I believe his son may be driving the Pure Hell car today. So the family gets together, and last time we were at Bonneville, they licensed Ron's grandson at over 175 with the same car. Now he can step it up this year and see what he can do. All right, coming up now, it's going to be Comp Eliminator coming your way right now. This is Comp Eliminator. Now we're going to see some real low ETs. There's a variety of cars coming up here. Roadsters, Dragsters, requirement, center steer. And here they come around the bend. Geezer Gassers, get ready. Geezer Gassers, you'll be coming up next. Geezer Gassers, you will follow Comp Eliminator. Geezer Gassers, you will follow Comp Eliminator. All right, Monza getting ready to go. Trevor Messamore out of Madisonville, Kentucky. This is a gasser getting ready to go. And they're looking at something in the car. Just checking it out, making sure it's okay. And they're saying, shut it off. It's not okay. So he's got something hanging underneath the car that doesn't look safe. Monza goes up in smoke about half track, and then again big time going through the finish line. So we'll check it up, and we're going to be doing a safety check of the track for a bit. So drivers, relax, shut them down. We're going to be checking the track. All right, track's all cleared up. Here we go. Comp Eliminator on the road. Shane Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana. 23T Chevy 400. He backs out of the water and pulls back in. Jeff Lawson out of Lexington, Kentucky. He's a bus driver. 27T. Shane Bowman in a 23T is a biz owner, he says. I got a feeling business owner, and he shortened it. All right, two Altereds getting ready to go. They've come a long way since the early days of the Altereds, but still, you'll see some great fuel Altereds coming a little bit later on. Geezers, not the guys in the stands, the geezer gassers. We need you to the lanes. Geezer gassers, we need you to the lanes. A hip and a hop, and they're gone. Oh, left lane gets out of shape. He backs out of it. Right lane stays in it. Shane Bowman gets to the stripe first. 8:55 at 152 miles an hour. Jeff Lawson saves it for another day. Goes 11:26 at 97 miles an hour. Old school front engine dragster over in the Budweiser lane. It's Jim Hooker out of Festus, Missouri. 63 front engine dragster. True nostalgia piece with a Chevy engine. Joe Foster out of Leslie, Missouri. 23T with a 582 cubic inch big block. These are gassers coming up. They'll be following. They will follow Comp Eliminator. Dragster over in the Bud lane. Roadster here in the Jeggies lane. Comp Eliminator on the roll. They hit the loud pedals and off they go. Better reaction time from Foster here in the Jegs lane. But look at the Dragster. Hooker pulls up and takes the win line. 864 to a 927. 153 to 142 miles an hour. Another Dragster Roadster combination. Jackson Messamore out of Hanson, Kentucky. 38 Chevy, it says. The 576 big block. Taking on Beth Mullock out of Churchill, Tennessee. Chevy gone. 031 reaction time for Jackson. Headed down track. He goes 903 to an 878 for Beth. Beth was quicker. The homemaker out of Churchill. Dragster and Roadster, another pair. Shane Rassler out of Walcottville, Indiana, insurance agency business owner. It's a 92 Canode front engine dragster with 355 small block. Ron Bailey out of Eden, Ohio, the machinist of the 23T, 406 small block. And he's way too far forward. There we go. He's backing it up. Roadster and Rail getting ready to go. Light goes green, they're gone. Better reaction time for Shane. Dragster still moving away and going to get the win light in the Bud lane. 857 to an 898. Jim Councilman out of Jackson, Ohio. 2010 built front engine dragster with 351 Ford for power. Unusual combination. Scott Lynch out of Halesville, Missouri, 23T with a 350 Chevrolet. Now, for those of you naysayers who keep talking about, oh, why'd they put a Chevy in a Ford? The way to get a Chevy or a Ford to run quick, even in the 1920s, was through a Chevrolet. Look at the research. Chevrolet built racing engines, and there were Fords. Spins the tires, and off they go. Councilman with an 0.79 reaction time leads the way, going 887 to a 989 at 135 miles an hour. Bantam Roadster. We saw the Bantam Sedan earlier today run down track. Here's the Roadster they're more noted for. Jamison Griffin out of Owasso, Michigan. 32 Bantam Roadster with a Chevy engine. Steve Bowley out of Kennebunk, Maine. There's really a Kennebunk, Maine? I thought that was just a joke back in the day. But anyway, there is. He's got a 2019 Horton chassis with a 430 cubic inch Oldsmobile engine. And here's a couple of the more unique cars in Comp Eliminator coming up behind them. Yeah, we talked about the Bantam Sedan that came up earlier. Not many people knew that it even made a Bantam Sedan. Most people know the Bantam Roadster, which a lot of guys use for race cars because they were tiny, they were lightweight, and they were making fiberglass repops of them. But they did make a sedan as well. Both powered by a flathead 4. Three-stage lights lit for both. Full stage right lane, full stage left lane. Here we go. Oh, big hole shot. Wow, he's getting way out of shape. Alter going all over the place, using up a lot of real estate. He has used every inch of that track to get down there. 873, 147 to a 1068, and this is what that kind of a run is why we put porta potties at the turnout. Woo, baby, that was a pucker run. Camaro altered. Look at this thing here. Look at this Comp Eliminator Camaro, a Roadster. Dave Angley out of Carrier Mills, Illinois, and Richard Lawson out of Brookville, Ohio. Unusual body, almost looking like a dwarf car body they made for that, or a dirt track car body. We have one out in the West Coast from Formoso Speed Shop. And it looks like for some reason they're going to send the little coupe alone. And the driver of the Camaro taking his helmet off. All right, little coupe headed down track, goes 159 reaction, 1360 foot mark, and then cruises to a 1019 at 93 miles an hour, backing out of it. Camaro's got a bit of an issue. Driver's got the helmet off, and they are mopping some stuff up there. Crew looking at the bottom of the car, checking things out. Now, although this is an alternate, it comes with a very rare option. It's got the heated roll bar and front fender option. This way, when the car stalls and they're pushing it back, their hands don't get cold. All right, pair of Roadsters. Now, in the Comp Eliminator, there is an index for these guys, and I haven't been paying too much attention to that because we're just looking at ETs. But you can see it up on the scoreboard. Skeeter Wayne in the Chevy here in the Jegs lane is running on an index of 950. Mike Sepoko, or Sepko, is running on an index of 9 flat. So it really doesn't matter who gets the win light in this because this is just qualifying. But the goal is to get as close to your index as you can. And unfortunately, I've not been following that, but you get the idea. The crew for Skeeter Wayne is Claudia, Luke, and Kinsley. For Mike, it's Larry, and I thought Sopko was tough to pronounce. I'm not even going to try Larry's last name. It's got more letters than the alphabet itself. We'll just call him Ski. And it looks like the Red Roadster's got an issue as well. They're holding him back. He leaves the line with a 445 reaction, 1.260 foot mark, looking for a 9.0, but shuts off at half track. So something not right with that T either, backing out of it for 13.33. They're looking at something, some fluid or moisture down in front of the Chevy. Don't know if it's from the Chevy or from the previous car. Crew looking under the car to see if it's a leak from that car. All right, Chevy backing up. It has a bit of an issue, so we're going to move up 2 more cars. Beautiful Roadster. Rick, it's Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, 27T. Look at the paint job on that baby. And then Russell Snyder out of Bartlett, Tennessee. 2 different T's, different approaches. Scott Rods. We need Scott Rods to the lanes, please. Scott Rods to the lanes. All right, Russell Snyder out of Bartlett, Tennessee, 23T in the Jegs lane. Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, sponsored by Oakley Engines. Beautiful paint job on that machine. Index 8 flat for Snyder in the Jegs lane, 9 flat for Hamilton in the Budweiser lane. So again, these guys run on an index, and they got to qualify as close to that number as possible. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. And look at the right lane moving. He's looking for an 8.0. Coming up on the stripe. He goes 8.03. Good run. 8.93 for Hamilton. Too quick for the index. He was on a 9-second index. He goes 93. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois. He's got a 10-second index for his roadster. Tommy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky, the transmission tech. He's looking for an 850 index. Both using the same basic body, but it depends on how much you want to build into the engine. Big picnic table spoiler in the back over in the Budweiser lane. Budweiser lane, left lane, looking for that 850, goes 852. Tom Head in the right lane, looking for a 10, goes 1018, pretty close. Scott Rods to the lanes, please. Scott Rods to the lanes. Geezer Gassers coming your way next. All right, look at this Willys coming up here. Painted on patina. Look at that thing. Looking like it just came out of someone's garage. The Time Machine. Chuck LaPica out of Eureka, Missouri. Retired police officer, 41 Willys with a 400-inch Oldsmobile. Beautiful blue machine. He's on an index as well, looking for a 10 flat. Don't know what the index is for the car in the Jegs lane. We haven't got his tech card processed yet. We're still working on it. This is the Geezer Gassers. Willys getting ready to go. Full stage, lights dropping, they're gone. Got a reaction time here in the Jegs lane. They're running pretty close. Left lane's quicker. Budweiser lane gets there with a 1021 to a 1062. 127, 125. Two Tri-5 Chevys. Coming up next, 1955 Chevy. First year of the 265 V8. Larry Bagwell out of Headsville, Alabama. 55 Bel Air, 70-year-old transport driver. 10-second index for his C-Gas car. Also Shane Lyle, Taylorsville, Kentucky, 55 Bel Air, also a 10-second index, C-Gas. Geezer Gassers. By having the classes with indexes, it gives you a target to build towards, so you don't have to spend a whole lot of money if you don't need to. Now, they double red light, but it's a qualifier. That really doesn't matter. But look at the Budweiser lane, just outrunning the Jeggies lane. Goes 989, too quick to a 1238, way too slow. All right, Willys pickup trucks, a pair, 33 against a 40. C-Gassers looking for the 10-second index. Right lane just zips out there. And goes 1080 to a 1206. Scott Rods. Scott Rods to the lanes. Not Hot Rods. Hot Rods hold back. It is Scott, S-C-O-T-T rods. Scott Rods to the lanes. Ted Wood, Mooresville with the 41 Willys, looking for a 9-second run. Greg Bird, at Purpose, Mississippi, looking for a 10-second run. 877 to a 1090. Scott Rods have been called to the lane. Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Not Hot Rods. We have not called Hot Rod. Gary Rayburn out of Royal Palm Beach. Gary Rayburn looking for an 11-second run. Takes his 44 down track with a 400-inch Chevy engine. And looking for that 11-second run, goes 11:36 at 115 miles an hour. All right, little track prep going on as we get ready to continue on with the Scott rods. S-C-O-T-T. Scott rods. $750 eliminator to the lanes, please. $750 eliminator to the lanes, please. $750 eliminator to the lanes, please. Scott rods, you should be suited up. Scott rods, you should be suited up. $750 eliminator, first call to the lanes. $750 eliminator to the lanes. One thing unique about the Scott rods, they will choose a spectator from the stands to judge who has the best burnout of the Scott rod AA gasser rounds. The name of the car will be the best burnout, will be relayed to the tower, that's me, and announced at the end of the round. The best burnout winner receives $200 gift certificate from Summit Racing. And our judge will receive a Scott rods AA gas t-shirt. Audience participation in judging is appreciated. Stand up and cheer for your favorite burnout when they come up. Ray Kosicki from Aurora, Ohio. Ray Kosicki in the Little Willies. Beautiful golden chop top 33. The car's called the Violator. No information on the car alongside him just yet. Number 512. All right, how about that burnout? What'd you think, huh? They got the backup girls getting ready to go. They're bebs, backup babes. Bugs. Backup girls. Willie's driver, Ray Kosicki, 4-time points champion with Nostalgia Notions. On top of his full-time job, Ray has spent many years building and restoring numerous gassers and hot rods. His backup girl is Uni Thomas. They run 8th mile. He's looking for a 560. Right lane getting close to the center line. Wiggles, wobbles, picks the inside wheel up off the ground. 568 on a 560 index, 119 miles an hour. I believe the Nova is Al Lidge. Ellen's Tribute, 1967 Nova. Al's been racing for over 50 years and has set some records and won many events. Back in the 60s, Al ran B-Gas in a 41 Willys. Beautiful split window Corvette. All right, Corvette getting ready to go up against the Nova. Al Lynch in the Nova out of Monroe, Pennsylvania. He's looking for a 560 index. They run 8th mile. Three-stage light lit. Full stage for Al. They're gone. Reaction time advantage to the Corvette, but look at that little Nova run. Nova gets there with a 576 and a 560 index to a 697, but not sure what the index for the Corvette is. Ed Kosicki. Frankie Allen out of Covington, Louisiana, 33 Willys. All right, Ed Kosicki. Ed Kosicki, 33 Willys, 560 index. Frankie Allen with the black Willys, getting ready to go. And he does a dry hop. Again, remember, we're watching for their burnouts. Couple of dry hops, 33 Willys, a pair. Willys was one of the independent manufacturers back in the days. They get credit for building the Jeep and taking on the Jeep after World War II. Red light start, right lane. A little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a wobble, left lane. 569 to a 582. They were looking for a 560 index. So Ed and Ray Kosicki are both on top of the qualifying ladder at this point. Ed Beaumont out of Batavia in the 63 Corvette, split window. And Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana with the Chevy 2 coming up. Big Red. Ed Beaumont out of Batavia, Ohio. Crew is Tanya Beaumont, Robert Beaumont, William Kosingens, Ray Smith, and Ken Arm. Built as a drag car in 1963, the Orange Peel was raced at drag strips such as Lyons, Irwindale, Palmdale, Famoso, Santa Maria, Santa Monica, Bakersfield, which is Famoso, and many more. It's a famous California event. It ran. Bones Baylog built a 427 engine for this Corvette, the Orange Peel, in 1966 before it was retired in the late 70s and restored for nearly 30 or it's stored for nearly 30 years. It found the car in pieces and restored it to its original glory. Today it races AA gas and continues to be a crowd pleaser. The Nova Big Red is Tim Irwin. He says, thanks to his sponsors, Mickey Thompson, Mosier Engineering, Abruzzi Transmissions, Nye Racing Engines, and Cigar City Garage has a 427 in it. Beaumont moving up. Both these cars looking for that 560 elusive number. Full stage, both cars. Lights begin to drop, and they're gone. Left lane with the hole shot. 0-11 to a 339. And he gets a 561 to a 602. And that 561 should put him right up on top. It does. He is now the number one qualifier. Tim Irwin, 561, your number one qualifier. More racing action to happening for you. 750 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. 750 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Seven O Eliminator. 7-0 Eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 Eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 Eliminator to the lanes, please. So the 750 Eliminator category, roll it up right now. 7 O's you should follow. 7-0, you should be in the lanes following 750. right, Roadster and Dragster. Mike Hyman out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky. 2011 S&W chassis Dragster. 750, the elusive number they're going to hit. This is a heads-up index category, 750. Tim Malik out of Battle Creek, Michigan. 23T altered with a Chevy 505 to a small block 360. It's run what you brung, but don't go quicker than 750. Dragster moves up. Right goes green, they're gone. Oh, for identical reaction times for each car. Down to the thousandth of a second. Who's going to get the lucky 750? Neither. They both run 769. Both have identical reaction times and both run identical 769s. The only thing different, mile per hour. 179 for Hyman, 178 for the competition. Jared Bradshaw out of Utica, Kentucky. A 2013 Rumen chassis car with a 496 big block in the Budweiser lane. Justin Schaefer out of Lincoln, Illinois. 32 Bantam with a 400 Chevy. 7-0, you should be in the lane. 7-0 Eliminator. 7-0 Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. Dragster against Roadster. $750 is the elusive number. Justin Schaefer, 32 Bantam. Rod Davis, the sponsor. Leslie Bradshaw, the sponsor for Jared Bradshaw. RPMs come up and they're gone. The Bantam just scoots out in front. Dragster using up some real estate, getting out of the groove. 749 to a 773. Justin Schaefer too quick by 5 thousandths of a second. John Grant out of Owensboro, Kentucky with the 67 Mustang. Looks like a bullet Mustang gone straight. Kelly Friels Key out of Fisherville, Kentucky. 34 Bantam with a dragster style front end. Seven oh. You should be in the lane. 7-0 Eliminator. To the lanes, please. 7-0 Eliminator. To the lanes, please. All right, quick check of the track. Apparently they have a report of something down. We get the all clear. We'll get back to racing action, but at this point, no information. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here on our opening day. All right, we got it all clear on the track, so we're firing them back up again. Sean Grant in the Mustang, Kelly Friels Key in the Bantam. To run with your brung, any engine combination you want, don't go quicker than 750. Mustang getting the tires heated up. Full stage, here we go. Bantam with the hole shot. 063 to a 314 reaction time. Looking for the elusive 750. Friels goes 58. Grant goes 805. Corvette here in the Jegs lane. Dragster goes up to the Budweiser lane. James Hayes out of Troy, Ohio is in the Corvette. 58 Corvette with a 540. Long Dragster. Big block power over in the Budweiser lane. Dragster against Corvette. Doesn't matter what you're running. Don't go quicker than 750. Corvette leaves the line way out in front. Reaction time at 055 to a 236. Power chute comes out. Goes 738 to a 764. So Derek McCushion in the Dragster out of Covington. Closer to the number. Bo Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. 23T, backing it up pretty quick into the water. Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky in the Corvette. Corvette's running a 632 cubic inch big block Chevy. 598 cubic inch Chevy in the Ford. Seven-0 cars. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. 7-0. RPMs come up, they're gone. 052 to a 23. 023 reaction for the Roadster. Looking for that elusive 750. Ooh, we got two good ones. 755 for Bo Bowles in the Roadster. 758 for Tyler Allen. Chop Top 57 Chevrolet. Getting ready to go. Randall Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. There we go. There's the burnout for you. Randall Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. All right, Chop Top 57 getting ready to go. Randall Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. Number one qualifier right now is Bo Bowles. With his 55, Randall Bowles now. Can he go into the top two? Little tire spin, but he's gone. He's in the groove. Keeping his pedal down. Through the lights. Pops the parachutes for a 769. 769. Puts him in the number 6 spot right now. Seven O's coming up now. 7-0. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. 7 O's. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. Six O's to the lane. 6-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 6-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. Bart Bowles, the whole Bowles family here out of Slaughters, Kentucky. He's looking for the 750 with his dragster. He's going to take on Rick Burdine out of Mooresville, Indiana, 67 Mustang. 545 cubic inches to a 565 cubic inch. Ford against Chevy powered car. 6-0 eliminator. You should be in the staging lane. 6-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 6-0 eliminator to the lanes. $750 is in the index that they're looking for. Right now, it's Bo Bowles on top with a 755, followed by Kelly Friel's Key with a 58 and a 1. Terry Allen, 58 and a 2. Derek McCushion with a 764. Tom Malik with a 69-1. And Randall Bowles with a 769-1. They hit the loud pedals and off they go. Mustang wiggling a little bit. Here playing with the throttles. 812 to an 808. They were wheel racing going down that down track. We're going to do a little prep right now as we get ready for the 6-0 cars. So Bart Bowles goes in the number 10 spot. Rick Burdine goes in the number 11 spot with those 8-second runs. And we got two that went under the number. Schaefer with a 49, a 749, and a 5. Missed it by 5 thousandths. And James Hayes with a 738. He missed it by a bunch. All right, 6-0. You should be in the staging lane. 6-0 eliminator. You should be in the lanes. All right, we need Terry Spear. Terry Spear, I believe it is. S-P-E-A-R. Terry Spear to the tower. Terry Spear with the little 1964 Tempest. And Hal Connor. Hal Connor with 41 Willies. We need you to the tower, please. Hal Connor and Terry Spear, please come to the tower. All right, race of action happened as that horsepower comes to life. Randy Norris, 7-0. This is the 7-0 eliminator. Brevard, North Carolina for Randy Norris here in the Jegs lane. Steve Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. The 07 Nielsen Park chassis car. Out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. Randy Norris, auto shop owner. Steve Matthews, Michelin Tire. This is 7-0, heads up index. 7-0 is the magic number. All right, looking for the elusive 7-0. Here we go. Randy Norris in the Jegs lane. Steve Matthews, Budweiser lane. Pre-lights, pre-stage lights are lit. RPMs are up. Hold shot. 073 to a 465. Reaction time not an issue. It's get there first and do 7-0. 756 to a 748. Both are off the number. 158 to 183 miles an hour. More 7-0 action coming your way. A bunch of cars in 7-0. Dragster over here in the Lucas lane, or the Jegs lane. Sorry, forgot what track I'm at. Tony Lombardi out of Niles, Ohio. Custom engine builder. 2015 Horton with an Oldsmobile 371. Larry Harlan, a business owner. The 48 Anglia is supposed to be pulling up alongside him over in the Budweiser lane with a 565 Chevy for power. right, Dragster fires up. Got a 371 cubic inch Oldsmobile engine. Interesting. And Larry Harlan coming up with his Anglia 565 cubic inch Chevy engine. 7-0, the magic number they're going to hit. Dragster laying down some rubber. Chop top, widened Anglia. Got a few people from Great Britain watching us right now on the live stream on YouTube at dragracer.tv. Making some comments about the British bodied cars that we've got running out here today. Lombardi, the first one to pull up to the beams. No, actually, it was his crewman that stepped into the beams. There goes Lombardi. He's got the top light lit. Full stage for Lombardi. Harlan rolls in. RPMs come up. They're gone. Lombardi wiggling, wobbling, using up a lot of real estate as he heads down track. 712 to a 731, still runs the number one number so far. 712, 193 to a 731 and 185. So Lombardi is the one to beat right now with that 712. All right, here we go. Pat Friels out of Island, Kentucky. Little GTO. Going to go 7-0. Gordon Horn out of Rockport, Indiana. 63 Corvette. GTO was the brainchild of John Z. DeLorean while he was with Generous Motors. He learned his tricks from the kids on the street on Woodward Boulevard in Detroit. He would take test mules out there and get their reaction. He read the pulse of the customers. And that's how the GTO was developed. And they did it in secrecy, really taking the other divisions of General Motors by surprise. GTO, Gran Turismo Oblongata, is what it stood for. The name was originally coined by Ferrari. And DeLorean, being more worldly than most other people at General Motors, knew the draw of that name. And GTO made history in 1964. RPMs come up. GTO is out there. 066 reaction. Looking for the elusive 7-0. Corvette coming on strong. GTO pops the parachute. So does the vet. 734 to a 715. Gordon Horn with the Corvette goes into the number 2 spot behind Lombardi with that 715. Dave Rosenberg all the way from Huntington Beach, California. 7-0. Saw Dave at a dirt track circle car race in Ventura. We looked at each other for about 20 minutes before we realized where we knew each other from. We were out of character. Drag racers at a circle track? Doesn't happen. Especially a dirt track. When Dave's at home, he pulls the dragster with a hot rod Woody. About a 46 to 48 Ford. 377 cubic inch small block. He was a dominant force in the Nostalgia Eliminator category, 760 index, for many, many years. Rosenberg and Bruce Dida were a team back then. Fiat Topolino. Look at the wing thing on the back of that Topo. Jeff Sanborn out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. 38 Topolino. Little Mouse got a 438 cubic inch Hemi. Big motor in the Fiat. Little motor in the Dragster. Rosenberg was a snap-on tool man for decades. Bruce Dida was his partner, and Bruce bought out his interest in the Dragster. Bruce continues to make cars, builds chassis and cars, and is a very excellent fabricator. Rosenberg, like I said, the old snap-on tool man. The magic number they're looking for. Sanborn in the Fiat Topolino. Topolino was built from 1937 until the 50s. Rosenberg, red lights, 005. This is a perfect light by 5 thousandths. He's wiggling. Sanborn gets there first, goes 693, too quick. Rosenberg a 44. So 744 for Rosenberg, too quick, 693 for Sanborn. Puts Rosenberg in the number 5 spot, Sanborn number 8. Sudden Motion, Bantam Roadster, Art Millette. Out of Pequot, Ohio. 498 Chevy for power. Billy Smith out of Pinkerington, Ohio. He's a corporate pilot. It's an 03 Holt chassis with a, he says 265 cubic inches. I got a feeling it's 565. Art Millette, an engine builder, 75 years young. Seven O's, still the elusive number. Number one qualifier still Tony Lombardi with a 7:12, followed by Gordon Horn with a 7:15. Full stage, RPMs are up. Another red light start for Art. 7:0, the magic number, and we've got 7:06 to a 7:47. Billy Smith, number one qualifier now. 7:06 at 189 miles an hour. Millette goes into the number 7 spot. Gary Lieber coming up next out of Moraine, Ohio. 23T, 540 cubic inch big block Chevy. Taking on Ernie Lipinski out of Wilmar, Minnesota. Dragster against Altered. And the left lane's got a problem. They're going to push it back. Or maybe try and refire it. Not sure. No one to pace this time. It's all running out the back door. Wiggling. Pedals it. Gets back in it again. 720. 182 miles an hour. 720 for Lieber. They're going to refire the Dragster. 720 puts Lieber in the number 4 spot. Dragster fires back up again and then loses fire. And they're looking at it. Fires it up. And they've got it running. They've got to keep it running now. And he loses fire once again. So car not doing what it needs to do. They're going to push him back. All right, Dragster coming up. Robbie Friels out of Island, Kentucky. He says he's a dad rod builder. I got a feeling it's a hot rod builder. Yeah, there's a burnout for you. It's a 94 Canode chassis with a 496 big block for power. 6-0, you should be in the lanes. 6-0, you should be in the lanes. All right, we got the last car coming up, then we're going to do a special ceremony. Last person to try and get into the 7-0 category. Looking for a good run, goes 706. That's a good one. 706 at 190 miles an hour for Robbie Friels. Puts Robbie in the number 2 spot. Two 706s hold the top spots. Billy Smith, 706 with a 4. Robbie Friels, 706 with a 7. All right, we're going to take a little break. We'll have a ceremony coming up in just a moment as we get ready to go into the Nitro cars. So bear with us here for about 10-15 minutes, and we'll be going into Nitro. All right, first call, funny car. First call, nostalgia funny car. To the lanes, please. First call, nostalgia funny cars. To the lanes. Nostalgia funny cars. To the lanes, please. Nostalgia funny car. To the lanes, please.
Test.
Check 1, 2.
and the city of Bowling Green on this track is just unbelievable. So with that, I'm going to pass this on to Miss Janet Henderson, and we're going to say just a couple words, please.
Thank you, Tom. It's a privilege to be here today as we remember this wonderful woman that we loved so dearly, Miss Eileen Daniels. Her daughter, Diana, is here today. Diana, will you come forward? Diana, we loved your mother so very much, and we're so honored that you could be here today for this tribute to her. We give you these beautiful flowers. You love the yellow roses, and we just wanted to take a moment to recognize her as we pass our love for her on to you and to your beautiful family, and we just thank you for Miss Eileen and all she's done for our community. Love you.
So with that, we're going to have a moment of silence just for the remembrance and memory of Miss Eileen Daniels. Again, we want to thank you all for being present, making this such a great event at this time. One, two, three. We're going to let these balloons go in remembrance of our dear friend Eileen. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. God bless.
All right, funny cars coming around the corner right now. Get ready. It's going to be Nitro in the air as the funny cars round the first turn. Top fuel, you will follow funny car. Top fuel, you will follow funny car. We need Nostalgia top fuel to the lanes. Nostalgia top fuel to the lanes, please. All right, so the first funny car comes around the bend. Nostalgia top fuel's been called to the lanes. Funny car is going to run first, and then the dragsters will follow. Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragsters to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragsters to the lanes, please. A little track prep before we get these Nitro burning machines down track. Top Fuel Dragsters to the lanes, please. Top Fuel Dragsters to the lanes, please. All right, drivers are getting suited up, getting strapped into their cars as we get ready for the first round of Nitro qualifying. Well, the funny cars coming out first. They'll be followed by the dragsters. All right, the first two funny cars coming up out of California, Sylmar, California, Dan Horan. And he's been making a name for himself in funny cars, been running them for quite a few years. Comes from a drag racing family. His dad, Dan Horan Sr., ran Top Fuel. Dan also ran Top Fuel with his dad's old car, then switched over to funny cars. Pete Kaiser turning the wrenches on the machine. He's going to go up against Levi Keenan. Plymouth Arrow body in the Illinois Thunder machine out of Paris, Illinois. Levi Keenan, 35 years young. Dan Horan, 58. Here we go. They fired up. Nitro in the air. Horan has been one of the tough competitors out in the Heritage Series on the left coast. Keenan going right into the burnout. Here goes Horan. Horan has about 20 years of driving experience under his belt or more. He drove his dad's old front engine fueler. And got the old fueler to run as quick as the last front-motored fuel cars were running back in the day. And started switching over to a newer chassis dragster and then funny cars. Getting ready to go. This is a qualifying run. Let's see who can get the power to the pavement. We haven't had this much horsepower on track yet to see if traction conditions are going to be good enough. We just rubbed some rubber in it. Should be good. Track temperature probably at 130 to 140 degrees right now. Adjusting this. Whoa. Crewman loses his shoe. That's how sticky the track is. Here we go. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage for Keenan. Full stage for Horan. And they're gone. Horan using up some real estate. He has to back out of it. Does he get back in it again? Horan through the lights. 594. 235 miles an hour to Keenan 650 at 183 miles an hour. So Horan sets the pace with a 594 for the next two cars to come, and one is the Bucky machine. All right, Back Porch Grill over across from the tower. It's got a special deal for you. Hot dogs, just $1. Burgers, $2. Chops, $3. Oh, come on, here we go. I'm getting hungry just reading this. Hot dogs, a buck. Burgers, $2. Chops, $3. They got them ready for you. Just run on over to Back Porch Grillin'. Here comes the Bucky machine with Bobby Cottrell, another Southern California guy, making the tow all the way out here. Bobby Cottrell out of Whittier, California. 426 Hemi, the Bucky Austin machine. Cottrell and Horan have been going at it for quite some time at the California Hot Rod Reunion and the March Meet. I would not be surprised to see these two guys up against each other either in the first round or second. But definitely one of them, or both, may make it to the final. Beautiful flamed metal flake paint job on the Camaro. Hot Rod to the lanes. Now it's time for Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod. Now you can come down to the lanes. Hot Rod. All right, the Bartone car. This is another very tough competitor. Chris Crable out of Kent, Washington. In the Bartone funny car. Two left coast vehicles getting ready to go. Chris Crable, 46-year-old racer. Bobby Cottrell, 39-year-old fabricator. Get to see Bobby out at the Irwindale drag strip on a regular basis. He comes out there. He's been helping other racers learn the tricks to drive. Both Camaros fire up. They're ready to go. Bobby Cottrell has doubled up at some races, winning 7-0 Pro and Funny Car in the same day. Chris Crable lights the tires up. Cottrell gets a little bit more smoke out of his. Chris Crable knows how to go from A to B with this car. Bobby Cottrell, no slouch when it comes to this stuff either. Both running 69 Camaro bodies. Both with well-experienced crews. These are big show crews running into this Heritage Series. Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Here we go. Next up will be the Dragsters. Nitro in the air. Bobby clears his out. RPM start to come up. He's full stage. So is Crable. Then a reaction time to Bobby Cottrell. They back out of it, get back in it again. Cottrell, 674 to a 781. Neither one having a stellar run. Crable backs out, stays out of it. Cottrell gets back in it again, goes 647. So got two cars in the 7, one car in the 7s, two in the 6s, and then Horan on top with a 594, and that was just his first checkout run. This is first round of qualifying. We're going to do the same thing again tomorrow. Now comes up the Top Fuel Dragsters. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. You'll follow Top Fuel. Now the Dragsters, Nitro Dragsters, getting ready to go. Yeah, thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, Day 1. We're glad you could be here with us. Tyler Hilton out of Laughlin, Ohio. A 2019 Horton chassis. Got a Chevy engine in it. Now, Tyler had an exciting final round run here last year. A ball of flames going down the track. Tyler Hilton singed just about everything that could be singed. And he's back. made a stellar showing of himself at the last Hot Rod reunion here. Made it to the finals. Almost got it all, and then the engine exploded into a ball of flame. And I remember seeing some of the body parts when they brought it back, and everything that could be singed was singed. So Tyler Hilton getting ready to go. Chevy-powered top fuel car. Now, it's probably one of the only top fuel cars still running Chevys, other than, say, the Champion Speed Shop group. Most of the teams have switched over to the Hemi. Brendan Murray, who is running top fuel, but I don't see him in the lanes for first round of qualifying, was one of the last guys to run a 5-second run with a Chevy. He was the last one to get into the 5-second club. He switched to a Hemi, though, 3-4 years ago. Tyler still on the big block Chevy. Bobby, his dad, hot rod builder, squirting the fuel into the hat to get it fired up. So the other top fuel entries sitting back, waiting to see what Tyler does. They're not coming up for this round of qualifying. They're going to make it tomorrow. Short burst, good enough to get the tires heated up. And Hot Rod's coming around the bend, getting ready to go. All right, Tyler Hilton getting ready to go. Again, for the folks at home, this is coming to you on YouTube, dragracer.tv. And we're hearing from people around the world that are watching and enjoying the race from their special place. Bobby doing some last-minute adjustments. Bobby Hilton, hot rod builder. Taylor off the mark, drifting towards the center line. Pops the chute early, backs out of it for a 653. 653 at only 155 miles an hour, but he was drifting close to the center line. Did not want to cross the center line. Keeps the car going and qualifies. All right, the hot rod car is coming up. The other top fuel dragsters deciding to sit out first round today. Hot rod drivers, you should be suiting up. Hot rod, you should be suited up, ready to go. Hot rod drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. All right, crew going down to catch Hilton's car. Once we got a clear track, we'll get Hot Rod on the road. Thanks for being here for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. The first pair in Hot Rod coming up is going to be Ronnie Kinsis at a Bowling Green 68 Camaro. Kerry Carizi out of Hodgeville, Kentucky, 69 Super B with a 440. His first passes, 1280 at 104 miles an hour. Ronnie did not make first pass earlier. So this will be his first time out on track. Ronnie coming up with his Camaro. Super B alongside. Kerry and Ronnie ready to go. The Dodge ran 1280 last time at 104 miles an hour. Ronnie hits the pre-stage. Dodge rolling in. They're pre-staged. They both hit the second bulbs together. Double reds. 097 to a double 02. Misses a perfect light by 0.02 of a second. Look at that Camaro outrun the Dodge. Camaro goes 1036, 122 miles an hour. The Dodge 1282 at 104. That's pretty consistent. C10 pickup truck. Chris Moeller ran a 983 last time at 123 miles an hour. Jeff Pace ran 1056 at 130 miles an hour. So these are two of your quicker and faster hot rods. And considering how big and heavy that Chevy is, that is an impressive run at 130 miles an hour. Red light, 010 to a 005 green. Missing a perfect light by 0.005 of a second. Headed down track. It's the big 65 Chevy getting there first. 1031, 130 miles an hour to a 1040, 129. The pickup slows down. The Impala speeds up. Caleb Locker out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Ran 23 seconds last time with his pickup truck. Hopefully he's got the problem fixed. Chris Crady, 1185 with the Nova at 115 miles an hour last pass. Full stage, lights dropping, off they go. 035 reaction, but it seems like it stumbled, but it's only a 2-second 60-foot mark for the Nova. Pickup truck running out there. Has a good run of 1122, 118 miles an hour to a 1221 off the pace for Chris Creedy. Gold plating abounds on this Malibu. Ronnie Pinkins ran 1855. Car did not run the way he wanted it to the first time out. Keaton Moeller ran a 1210 at 108 miles an hour. Red light for Ronnie here in Lucas in the Jegs lane. And it's the Malibu staying out in front, running a good strong 1094, 120 miles an hour to a 1208 at 109. Tri-5 Chevy 56 takes on the Malibu. Marvin Pohl in the Jegs lane ran 1410 last time. Mike Moss ran 1125 at 117 previously. Full stage, both. 077 to an 098 reaction time. The Tri-5 Chevy starts to pull away from Malibu. 56 Chevrolet moving strong down to the finish line. It's 1169, 113 miles an hour to an 1187 or 1387. Good run. Both improvement. Well, an improvement for the right lane. Left lane slowed down a bit. Malibu and Camaro. Joseph Coy with the Malibu ran 1242. Caden Cowling ran 1168 with his Camaro. Joseph Coy with a 320 reaction. 082 for Cowling. Caden's going to get there first. Goes 1170. Slowed down just a bit to a 1326. Slowed down a whole bunch. Morris Minor British Sedan here in the Jegs lane. Ricky Hansen out of Covington. The Morris Minor with a 430 cubic inch Chevy. Mike Goodwin in the Duster. He was the number 3 qualifier previously with a 959. RPM's coming up. Red light start for the Duster. Tires spinning on the Morris. Heads down to the finish line. The Duster gets there first, 964. Pretty close to that 59 previously to a 1026. So that's first run for Ricky. Puts him in the number 10 spot. Goodwin stays in number 3. Skeeter Haggard out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Didn't make a run last time with the 1966 Mustang, 408 small block. Elmer Harrison out of Dayton, Ohio, 68 Firebird. Ran 1063, is in the number 18 spot. Red light start for Skeeter, 136 deep in the red. Beats the Firebird to the finish line, though. Mustang gallops down track to a 1099. Elmer catches him right at the stripe for a 1050 improvement over his previous run. Bear Nichols, number 15 with the Nova, and Mark Womble, number 9 with his Ford Fairlane. He ran a 1019 to Nichols, 1042. 6 spots between them. And only they hit the loud pedal and off they go. Excellent reaction times for both, an 027 and 046. Who's going to get there first? Going to be the Ford. 1015 to a 1027. Both improve. Big improvement, though, for Warble. He goes up to the number 8 spot. Second gen Nova of Wesley Buchanan. Currently, he ran a 1328. He's in the 61 position, 61st. Randy Vaught in the 43rd position with an 1169. So they'll see if they can improve. Nova against Nova. .08 to an 05 reaction time. It's the earlier Nova leading the way out in front. He was 2 seconds quicker the last time out. This time, let's see. 1161, slight improvement to an 1122. Also a small improvement for both cars. Biscayne. Base model Chevrolet. Full-size car. These were sold to a lot of salespeople, over-the-road guys, big trunks. Plenty of room for samples and such that they put in there. A Caprice. Big, heavy Chevy. Brenda Blair ran 1186 previously to 1122 for Ernest Ford. And a reaction time for Brenda Blair, but Ernest Ford moves out in front. Ford crosses the finish line light ahead with an 1104. Big improvement for him, 1186. Exactly the same time for Brenda Blair. That is going to be a good one. Little dragster now running. Straight axle to the lane. Straight axle Mafia. This is your call to the lanes. Straight axle Mafia. This is your call to the staging lanes. Camaro clearing out. Steve Renfro. 970 is when he ran last time. Brett Frey did not run. Fay headed down track with his dragster. Don't think he's going to catch Renfro. Renfro running strong. Renfro goes 972. Ran 970 last time. 1004 for Brett Fay. Puts Fay in the number 7 spot. Nova and Falcon. Nova got considerably bigger with the second generation. This is the second generation Falcon. Still a small car, but they called these the Square Birds. The first ones had rounded bodies. By 1964, they sharpened the body up, and they called them Square Birds. DJ Schneiderer, around 1183 last time. Lester Rogers, 1132. So two 11-second machines, the Chevy quicker by 5/10 of a second. Reaction advantage, a slim one, a 104 to a 126, but the Chevy is out in front. Falcon looks like he's riding the brake pedal as the lights are on. Chevy gets there first again, going to 1135, ran 1132 last time. 1191, slowed down quite a bit from that 1183 previously. Rambler American here in the Jeggies lane. Randy Bennett ran 1130. Dave Sanderson ran a 1074 with the long roof Malibu. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. 086 to a 170 reaction time. Malibu wagon looking like he's using up a bunch of real estate and finally just slowed it down. Lifted as he got out of shape. 1120 from the 1130, good run. Slows down by 3 seconds for Sanderson as we saw him get out of shape. Saved it. The Hot Rod Lincoln. This car's been a great part of this gentleman's life and raced with the help of his wife for 48 years. They have both gearheads and have several drag cars, but none like this legend and success of the Hot Rod Lincoln. And he says, well, it's for sale now. He's run national event winner. He's been a winner at Gateway and other places, always a crowd pleaser. And it's for sale. Talk to him back in the pits. He goes red on this one. Larry Ronells ran a 12:29 previously. Jeremy Fay ran an 11:18. And Fay goes down with an 11:13, or 11:11 actually, with a 3 and 11:11 improvement. 12:24, slight improvement as well. Phil Shaw with 11 flat on his previous run with the 70 Dodge Dart. Bill Day with a 1975 Dodge Colt. Hasn't made a run yet. Later model Colt that we saw earlier. It's a joint venture with Mitsubishi when Chrysler and Mitsubishi were tied together. Originally had a 2.6 liter 4-cylinder. Of course, American Hot Rod Ingenuity changed that. A little late on the light, 280 to a 007. Shaw with the whole shot and an excellent 007 reaction time. Crosses the finish line, 1092 improvement to a 1093. These guys were close going down track. The Colt a little bit quicker at 121 miles an hour. Lewis Atwood ran a 1030 previously with the big Malibu. And then Mark Pinello Sr. ran 1174 with the big 1966 heavy Chevy. He's out of Coral Springs, Florida. 66 Impala, 540 cubic inches against a 78 Malibu with 423 cubic inches. Malibu, gone. Better reaction time and moves out strong. 1.4 to a 1.6, 60-foot mark. Impala not going to catch this Malibu. Malibu goes 10.29 to an 11.51, although the Chevy improved, the big Chevy improved by 0.2 of a second. Nicole Vanderwalker out of Portland, Tennessee. 73 Duster over in the Budweiser lane. 64 Fairlane, no. Barry Clemens, it says, but that's, well, headed down track. Clemens gets past. 1095 to a 1079. Big improvement, almost 2 seconds ahead from his previous run. Tim Boggs from Fayetteville, Ohio, ran 1088 previously. Jewel Craven ran 1120. Chevy 2 pulls away. Mopar trying to catch and chase. Going to be tight. But it is a Chevy going to 1084 to an 1104. Good improvement. Craven stays in the 37 spot. Dick Luzender out of Triadelphia, West Virginia, with the Little Thames panel truck. Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky, with the 56 Chevrolet. Red light start. 016 red to a 278 green. Little Thames trying to chase the 56. Coming close. Still behind. An 11:18 to a quicker 11:08. It was all in the reaction time. A 0.2 of a second reaction time to a slightly red. Ed Lucy with an 11:18 previous run with that hot rod. The Plymouth ran at 12:39, and that's Scott Taylor. They're gone. 069 to an 050 reaction. 2 good reaction times for these racers. They head down track. The hot rod trying to hold on to a slight lead. Ahead by about 0.7 of a second. Goes 11:48 to a 12:25. So the 11:48 slowdown to a 12:25. That was quicker. Mike Mulgard with the Plymouth. Ran at 10:19 previously. Ron Meredith ran at 11:83 with the Dart. So the Dart's going to try and stick it to the Fury or the Belvedere. And the bell goes red. 090 up to a 273. Dart's not going to catch this machine. But this is only qualifying. 1037, not an improvement for the Plymouth. 1177, slight improvement for Meredith in the Dart. 57 Chevys a pair. Nathan Spinks ran 1175 previously. Bill Randolph a 1069. 257 Chevys getting ready to go. They go green. 068 to a late 247 reaction time. But Randolph has already caught the competition. Heads down track. Who's going to qualify better? Up in smoke going through the finish line. 11:01, way off his number to an 11:65, slight improvement. A lot of smoke over in the left lane going through the finish line lights. We may take a quick glance at it to make sure it's not anything disastrous down there, although it cleared right up. So we've got guys on track right now looking at it to make sure surface is good. Thanks for coming out to Bowling Green Beach Bend Raceway for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. And for those of you looking for the Holley booth, it's moved. It's no longer right behind the tower here. They can talk to you now without having to talk over the engines. The Holley booths are on the back straightaway of the oval. And again, if you got the munchies, Back Porch Grilling's got the answer for you. Hot dogs, just $1. Burgers, $2. Chops, $3. All right, looks like we're rolling out our safety crew to check things out. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment. Thanks again for being here at Beach Bend. Crew's still out there checking the track. All right, it appears we have a little bit of stuff out there. We'll get it cleaned up. Be back to racing action for you in just a few moments. All right, got the all clear from the top end. We're ready to go. Kenny Pease out of Dryersburg, Tennessee. He's the number 2 qualifier in the hot rod category with that wild wagon. He's going to take on Rick Jansen out of O'Fallon, Missouri with the 72 Chevelle. Chevelle's run the best of 1063. The wagon a 941, 139 miles an hour. Aerodynamics of a wagon. Nova didn't make the wagon for very many years. Just the first generation Novas, 62 to 67. They only made the convertible for 1 year or 2 at the most. The base engine on the Novas when they came out, a 4-cylinder, 153 cubic inches. Not the Iron Duke. It was a whole different engine. So Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee with the Nova wagon, 434 cubic inch Chevy power. Taking on Rick Jensen, the 72 Chevelle. Red light start, not a problem. We're just looking for ET, but the Malibu, he's got a problem. He may have broken. Nope, now he's picking up the speed. The wagon looking to improve, goes 934, does improve it. 140 miles an hour, 934 to 140 more mile per hour and lower ET. The Malibu just kind of motoring on down track. Guarantee you he drives faster than that on the streets. Oh, he set new slow ET of the day at 30.64. So Kenny Pease, number 2 qualifier still with that set 934. It'd have to get into the 8s to be the number 1. Johnny Matthews out of Pleasant View, Tennessee with a 65 Comet. Michael Card out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania, 1193. He is number 54 in this group with that 1193. So Card with the Nova, Matthews with the Comet. Initially when the Comet came out, it was a direct competitor to the Falcon. In the second generation, it became part of the Fairlane line and a direct competitor in the mid-size ranks, and Mercury lost their compact car. Comet moving up. Full stage, both cars. Lights drop. They're gone. Comet with an 099 reaction, an 042 for the Chevy 2. Comet's incremental is about 0.2 quicker, 0.3 at the halfway point, and at the finish line, he goes 1171 to an 1186. Chevy started to pick up the pace. Quicker run than previous. Max Bartnell out of Columbia, Illinois with the Fairlane. 1966 Fairlane. Henry J. Now this is a base model Henry J. The easy way to tell, there's no trunk. Just a smooth back section. 1950 Henry J. with a 500-inch Chevy. Scott Hodges out of Anderson, South Carolina. Max Bartnell out of Columbia, Illinois. Henry J. was an economy car before the demand for economy cars was really strong enough to justify it. Henry J., named after the man behind the Kaiser Willys Corporation at the time. Kaiser Frazier was the name of the company. Double reds. 109 to a 127 red light. The Henry J. just scooting down track. And he's looking for a good run. He goes 10-10, 133 miles an hour to a 1355 max. Goes 99 miles an hour. S10 Chevy pickups a pair. Now, when the S10s first came out, they were the replacement for the Chevy Love Truck. Now, the Chevy Love Truck was a joint venture between Isuzu and Generous Motors. The Isuzu engine stayed as the base motor, little 1800cc 4-cylinder. Chevrolet did put the 2.8-liter V6s in the S10s. Hold them up a second. Mr. Crewman picked something up off the ground, put it back on the truck. Nothing serious, it's just the bolt that holds it all together. Caleb Matterson out of Brandenburg, Kentucky, here in the Jegs Lane, and Cameron Morris of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. They both leave side by side. Reaction times 04 to an 01. And Caleb had the better reaction time and runs 10:79 to an 11:50. Nostalgia modified to the lanes. Nostalgia modified to the lanes, please. Nostalgia modified to the lanes. Corey Martin with the 67 Comet. Chasing the 55 of Ray Morris. And 10:79 to an 11:04. Wow, look at the smoke cloud. He brought his own fog bank with him. Rick Osborne, Appomattox, Virginia, 38 Chevrolet pickup truck. Takes on the 57 Chevrolet. 10:89 is what he ran last time. No information on the 57 yet. Pickup ran 10:89, 120 miles an hour previously. Full stage for both. Lights drop to green. Red light. Whoa! Look at the front end of that pickup truck going for air. He pulls the front end up, nearly crosses the center line, straightens it back up, drops it down, and then gets the wind light. 11:04 to an 11:32. Just a little bit slower than previous, but he had a fun run. Malibu. Now up, it's Mike Oppu. Oppeau out of Moscow Mills, Missouri. Ran 10:81 previously. RPMs come up. 073 reaction. 1.5 the first 60 feet. Half track, 750. 1,000 foot, 10:16. Goes slower, way slower, 12:98 at 72 miles an hour. So that's not an improvement for him. Next up, here comes the straight axle cars. Got a big, heavy Chevy with a straight axle. The Outlaw. Going to take on the beautiful gold Studebaker. Donnie O. Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky with the 41 Studebaker. Got a Mopar 440 for power. Johnny Armstrong out of Pinson, Alabama, a 50 Chevy with a 400-inch engine. This is Nostalgia or Straight Axle Mafia cars. I bet there's more straight axle cars now than there were back in the old days. I love this little Opel Kadett, all flaky. Look at the amount of metal flake in that paint job. It's got to be a mile thick of clear over it. Red light for the Stude, 020 to a 209 for Johnny Armstrong. Armstrong's 50 Chevy just scooting down track. And they run 8th mile. He goes 6:67 to an 8:28. 56 Chevy taking on that flaked Opel. Opel, German car, owned by Generous Motors back in the day. They sold off the Opel Corporation a few years ago during their reorganization. Red light start for the 56 Chevy. Coming up on the stripe. This is a perfect light by 0.003 of a second, 753 to a 783. Little Ford Ranchero. Ranchero's first introduced 1957 on the full-size platform. Became the Falcon platform in 1960. Brad Outlaw out of Flowood, Mississippi. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky, 48 Chevy Coupe. Oh, the Coupe makes the move first. 110 reaction to a sleepy 501. But the Falcon's going to get there first. Falcon Ranchero goes 714 to an 870. 96, 81 miles an hour. Another Tri-5 Chevy, this time a 55, taking on a 57 Ford. Chuck Deaver out of Clarkson, Kentucky with the 55 Chevrolet, 396 Big Block. Jerry Hansen out of Charleston West. Well, it says WM. 57 Ford 300. This is the body style of choice for NASCAR racing back in 1957. They had their 312 cubic inch V8 back then, too. 55 pulls away with a bright red 038 reaction. And runs 764 to an 866 for the Ford. Nova. And an early shoebox Ford. John Jones with a 1953 Ford. Last year, the flathead for Fords. Sure it's not what's in there now. Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky with the 66 Nova 383. Yeah, the most powerful factory-built flatheads. Ended 1953. He goes red with a 143 reaction in the red to a 048. Nova's going to get there first. Runs a 694 to an 836. Malibu taking on the big yellow striped coupe. Chopped top, big fender, big tire car. Mike Moore out of Murray, Kentucky, 427 in the 36 Plymouth. It's a 427 Chevy. Bruce Allen out of Harrisburg, Illinois, 64 Chevelle with a 434. Plymouth off the mark with a better reaction time. Going to get to the finish line first, goes 659 to a 713. Another 55 Chevy and a Studebaker, a Rambler. Just as obscure, though. John Walls out of Louisville, Kentucky, 55 Chevy with a 422 cubic inch engine. Greg Skidmore with the Mount Vernon, Illinois-based 62 Rambler with a 389 Chevrolet. Studebaker had a 287 cubic inch V8, I believe, at that time, and then later a 327. 55 Chevy powers the front wheels up in the air with an 048 reaction time and takes a 687 run at 97 miles an hour to 757 at 88 miles an hour. No drafting in drag racing, so no tailgating either, guys. Joey Bridges out of Louisville with the 55 Ford. He's got a 408 Ford in it. Taking on that rare Ford unibody pickup truck. Tim Brannon out of Madisonville, Kentucky. They call it a unibody because the pickup bed is not separate from the main body. It is one long piece, kind of like a Ranchero full size. So they call them unibodies. This is the short wheelbase version. They did have a long wheelbase version as well. And something's getting checked here on the pickup truck. I'm a little concerned about why he changed lanes so rapidly. I guess his NASCAR heritage came into play. I don't know. He was trying to draft going down to the finish line. But we're going to do a quick check just to make sure it's all safe out there before we send any more cars. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck. Glad to be here with you. My 6th year of being here, and I'm enjoying it. It's one of my favorite tracks to work at. All right, we need stock, super stock. Super stock to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. All right, pair of Fords, fully staged, ready to go. Lights dropped, and they're gone. 051 to 159 reaction time. The pickup with the better 60-foot mark. Looks like he's pulled out in front. He's ahead with a 766 to a 708. Henry J. Now this one's the upscale version. As I told you, the base models didn't have a trunk lid. This one does. Three options on the Henry J. A trunk lid, a glove box door, and the 6-cylinder engine. Base engine was a flathead 4. Now the 6-cylinder was called the Hurricane. Chrysler, or Stellantis as it's called now, owns the rights to the Kaiser Henry J products, which became the Jeeps. And they're resurrecting the name Hurricane on the new 6-cylinder that's going to be replacing the V8s in a couple of years. So Dwight McGuire with a 47 Nash here in the Jegs lane, and Herman Hill in the Henry J. Hill with a 1 reaction to a 2 and gets the win light, going 690 to an 828. 100 miles an hour. The Henry J really picked up the pace. Now the Chevy Coupe getting ready to go. 57 here in the Jeggies lane. And a 50 over in, it's Willie Robinson with the 51 Chevy. Says he got a 301 V8. That was a popular number. Bored out 283s. Willie Robinson, Louisville, Kentucky resident, 67-year-old fabricator. John Stevens from Ocala, Florida with the 57 Chevy. Back in the trunk says adios. And we're doing a quick check of the track. Apparently report of something out there. Yeah, we need Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Well, everything seems to check out fine, and we're about ready to go back to racing action. Thanks for your patience. We're really concerned about the safety of the drivers and the conditions on track, so bear with us when we do shut down to check things. Just trying to make it safe. All right, gentlemen, fire up. '51 Chevy with a 301 small block. '57 Chevy gets a little out of shape coming out of the water. John Stevens out of Ocala, Florida with the '57 Chevy. And Willie Robinson out of Louisville with the '51. '51 Chevy pulls away, and the '57 kind of backs out of it. 865 for Robinson, 847 for Stevens. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be in the lanes getting ready to go. All right, Camaro coming up next. Donnie Beeler out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, 67 Camaro, 327 small block. And Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee with another 67, 327. Now, Vaught runs H modified production, as does Beeler. Their index 11 flat. This is Nostalgia Superstock. Make that modified production, not Nostalgia Superstock. This is modified production. $11-second heads-up index. Let's see what these guys do, how they qualify. Green light. They both leave front wheels up in the air. 047 to a 189 reaction time. Better reaction time for Beeler. Better 60 foot. Let's see how close he gets to that 11. He goes 11:01. You can't get much closer than that. To a 10:95. Vaught too quick. But Beeler, 11:01. Dave Walther out of Lanesville, Indiana, also an H production, modified production. 11-second index for his Nova. Jack Tetzel out of Harrison, Ohio. I modified production Camaro with an index of 11:25. Wheels go up in the air for the Nova 067 to a 111 reaction time. 60 foots are different by a tenth. Camaro's slower. Nova looking for an 11, goes 1092. Dietzel looking for an 1125, goes 1122. Both under their number. Tug Brock out of Williamsburg, Ohio. AA modified production, Malibu. 9 flat, the index. Camaro of Tom Gillum, a 1075 index. So the Malibu's going to be quicker. If he's not, you know he's got a problem. Camaro takes a leap, heads towards the center line, straightens it back out again. Malibu, takes a little jog to the right and goes 981 on a 9 index, not good. 1089 on a 1075, not bad. Monza over in the Bud lane. Gary Rollo, 950 index in his B modified production car, and Danny Kellums, a 10 flat in his D modified production. Red light for the Monza. Wheels go up in the air, using up some real estate as it wiggles. Still looking for the 950. He gets a 944, too quick. 1017, good for Danny Callums. He was on a 10 index, goes 1017. Mark Magg with his 69 Camaro Z28, an 11 flat index. A 1025 for Shane Smith with his 69 Camaro. You've got an E modified production up against an H modified production. Cars clear of the top end. They fully stage, lights dropping, and they're gone. 040, excellent reaction time for Shane Smith. He's looking for a 1025. He goes 1037. Mark Magg was looking for an 11 flat. He goes 1107. Corvette here in the Jeggies lane. It's Jay Detzel out of Harrison, Ohio. Index 1025. The 55 Chevy, he's popped his door open. And we're going to check something on track. The 55 Chevy is an F modified production with a 1050 index. The Corvette running on a 1025 index. So safety crew comes out on track. And as soon as we hear, we'll let you know what's going on. I want to thank you for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA. And if you haven't noticed, the Holley booth has moved. It's down on the back straight of the oval. Check out some of the great new products. Fuel injection you can bolt onto your car. 4-barrel, 2-barrel, and single-barrel systems, depending on the size engine you've got. Our Grand Marshal, Ted Spear. He's the man behind the motor program for the Motown Missile and many other Mopars back in the first years of the Pro Stock category. He switched from drag racing to road racing and became the lead engine builder for the Corvette racing team that dominated in the U.S. Le Mans Series, or the American Le Mans Series. Jerry Coley. Very talented Coley achieved success on national scale with the heyday of modified eliminator. Driving a number of different cars. Corvettes seem to be his more preferred unit. Len Cottrell and John Spielman. These guys got some gassers going pretty good. And then there's Paul Romine. Romine had a very long and illustrious career. Dragsters, sprint cars, Formula Atlantic road racers, and his own P-51 Mustang, plus funny cars. Romine was one of the first to go into the fives with a front-engine dragster. And then George the Bushmaster Schreiber, one of the early members of NHRA beginning in 1953. He's driven stockers. He's driven hot rods. He drove the Wild Yellow Fang dragster that was owned by Big Daddy Ed Roth. Had a hot rod that was just flat gorgeous back in the day. A 32 Ford, 32 Ford Highboy. His buddy Leroy Tex Smith was with Hot Rod Magazine. The driver finished off his Olds powered roadster and was good enough to get into the LA Roadster Club, a very exclusive group of roadster owners. He also ran a jet car called Starlight. Show and shine going on throughout the weekend. Check it out. And don't forget, get your event t-shirt. Prove that you were here. The sunburn alone is not going to prove that you were here at Beach Bend for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Well, looks like we may have a little bit of stuff down there to take care of. We'll get it taken care of, get back to racing action in just a little bit. All right, the word from the starting line. Track temp, 154 degrees. Oh, that's toasty. All right, 55 Chevy, Scott Abbott out of Marysville, Tennessee. It's an F-modified production car with a 1050 index. Jay Detzel out of Harrison, Ohio, an E-modified production Corvette. It's on a 1025. All right, here we go. Big Chevy looking for a 1050. The Corvette looking for a 1025. RPMs are up. Corvette takes a hard right turn and wiggles, goes off the race surface, backs out of it, saves it for another day. The 55 Chevy goes 1026 on a 1050. His run would have been better if he was running an E modified instead of F. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Modified eliminator to the lanes. All right, two Novas getting ready to go. Mike Welfo out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 66 Nova. A 327 is an MI modified production. Cotton Perry with the Ringgold, Georgia-based 66 Nova is a 10-second car with a D modified production. Wheels go up in the air on both. They leave the line 091 to a 132 reaction. The faster car has backed out of it. He's lifted. 11:22. On an 11:25, too quick. Little Maverick here in the right lane. Ford Maverick introduced 1969. Kind of a replacement for the Falcon at the time. Sits on the same chassis as the Falcon and the early Mustangs. Corvette over in the Budweiser lane. Getting ready to go is Jack Small out of Owensboro, Kentucky. He's looking for an 875 on his AAA modified production index. Mike Johnson out of Okina, Ohio. The 72 Maverick is an F modified production, looking for a 1050. All right, Corvette getting the tires heated up. And the Maverick, something in the trunk. He's looking back there. So J. Mike Johnson, he's ready to go. They fixed whatever it was in the trunk. They're not very big trucks, so it couldn't have been a very big person. Jack Small with the Corvette's going to be looking for an 875. Johnson, you've been watching Street Outlaws, haven't you? Yeah. Come on back to the starting line. He's looking for a 1050. They're gone. And Corvette, right on the hit, has a problem. Maverick running strong. Looking for the 1050. Goes 1058. That was good. Corvette, on the other hand, he's got a problem. And if your car is broken and it's not running, come to a stop, we'll get you off track. All right, so the Corvette has come to a stop. We'll get the tow vehicle out there, getting them off track. A little bit of cleanup there from the Corvette, and we'll be back to racing in just a moment. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for coming out to the Hot Rod Reunion, the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, here we go. The track's clear. Safety crew clears the track, and we'll get these two going. 57 Chevrolet, Robert Getzey from Lowellville, Ohio. 57 Bel Air, 565 Big Block. 67 Malibu, Dan Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana. Bolding on a demodified production index of 10 flat, as is the 57 Chevy of Robert Getzey. RPMs come up, they smoked in the tires. All right, pre-stage light lit for Getzey. Now Bolding rolls in. Engine forward, full staged here in the Jeggies lane. Malibu taking his time. It's only a qualifier. No sense burning down the competition. He doesn't stage. 57 Chevy is gone. No time for the Malibu. So Getzey looking for the 10 flat, goes 10:32. No time on the Malibu. He didn't stage. He failed to stage. Modified eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Modified eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. All right, Frankie Riggs from Elizabethtown, Kentucky, coming up with a 67 Dodge. Got a 440 for power. He's taking on the 65 Dodge of Donnie O. Wilson. 413. My recollection of the 65 Dodge is when I first got interested in things, and Dick Landy was driving his silver and black altered wheelbase car in AFX, or what became FX, with the fuel injectors stacks sticking out of the hood. Remember him landing the car so hard it looked like the front end was a Volkswagen and it went to negative camber Frankie Riggs in an H Nostalgia Superstock car, 1175 index. Donnie O. Wilson's on a 1150 index. He's a G Nostalgia Superstock. They both leave side by side, but getting to the finish line first, it should be Wilson. Wilson looking for a 50. And he gets an 1140. Too quick. 1175 on the 1175 for Frankie Riggs. Right where he needed to be. Runs right on the number. Nick Howells out of New Albany, Indiana. 64 Belvedere. Looking for an 11 flat. Ron Tiller, Lebanon, looking for a 950. Two more Mighty Mopars getting ready to go. Off the mark they go. 007 reaction time for Tiller. He's looking for the 950. What does he get? He goes 958. Al's looking for an 11. He goes 1103. They got the numbers dialed in there. Barry Camp out of Monroe, Georgia, 62. Bel Air Sport, 609. Big Block. Barney Lawrence in Bowling Green. He's looking for a 13-second run. It's an M Nostalgia Superstock versus an AFX car. And look at the difference in power. Chevy is almost at the finish line already. There he goes. 943 on a 25 index. Barney goes 1362 on a 13 index. 65 Malibu over in the Budweiser lane. And that is Jimmy Ray, Atoka, Tennessee. He's a diesel guru, he says. 65 Malibu, 396 Big Block. Looking for an 11 flat index. Greg Deaton looking for a 1025 with his Mopar. Reaction times are good, 044 and 055. And it is a 1045 at 124 miles an hour to an 11 flat. Perfect run for, well, not perfect, but darn close. Missed it by 0.02 of a second. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee, a B Nostalgia Superstock, index 1025. Pete Alice, 10 index on an A Nostalgia Superstock car. Buick and Plymouth. Better reaction time for the Buick driver. 60 foot says the Plymouth is quicker. Slightly ahead. Goes 10:03 on a 10 to a 10:18 on a 25. Buick is too quick. The Ford Fairlane of Daryl Nelson on a 10 index, a Nostalgia Superstock. Jimmy Gower at Litchfield, Kentucky, looking for an 1175. They got double red lights, not a problem, just qualify. So Nelson out in front, looking for a 10 flat, goes 1007. Gower looking for an 1175, goes 1187. 64 Dodge. Going to take on the Barracuda. Dale Mears out of Buffalo, Kentucky. 68 CUDA with the 440. Steve Staub out of Dale, Indiana. Looking for an 1125. He's also got a 440. Dodge is a heavier car. By a whole bunch. Barracuda's Plymouth's way of getting into the pony car business. Wheels go up in the air, 045 to a 191 reaction time. Barracuda headed down track. Their base engine was a 273 V8. Goes 993, too quick. 1234 off the pace, but good enough. The big wagon. Jimmy Deaver out of Hodgenville, Kentucky. He's an E class car, looking for an 11 flat. Matt Reed, a D class, so 1075 index for the Malibu, 11 flat for the Dodge wagon. Both get staged, and they're gone. 09 to a 10 reaction time. 60 foots are nearly identical. Same thing at the 330. They are side by side. Malibu starts to pull away at the 8th mile, goes 10.80 on a 75. That was good. 11.01 on an 11 for Deaver. Excellent run. Frank Gaskins out of Campbellville, Kentucky. 64 Plymouth Savoy. 493 Big Block, looking for an 11 flat, as is Tom Head in the Highland, Illinois base 64 Belvedere. So Belvedere and Savoy, you can see some of the differences. The hard top for the Belvedere, sedan for the Savoy. Savoy a little bit lighter car. Torques it over, wheels come up. 096 to an 081 reaction. Headed down track, both looking for an 11-second run. And they go 11.05 and 11.14. Gaskin with the 05 and Head with the 11.14. Gabriel Ray, Atoka, Tennessee, 64 Chevelle wagon. And Neil Broilis out of Beach Bluff, Tennessee, 69 Dodge Dart. Now, the original Dart was a full-size stripped-down Dodge in 1963. They changed the name of the compact from Lancer to Dart. Coming up on the finish line lights. A 975 is what Gabriel was looking for. He goes 95. Neil was looking for a 10 flat. He goes 10.06. Good run. Danny Whitford out of Paducah, Kentucky. A CFX car looking for a 975. Ed Becker, a 1025 for the B, Nostalgia Super Stock. Wheels go high in the sky for the Malibu. A 004 reaction time as well. Let's see if he can run the number. He needs 1076 on a 75. Yeah, you're there. 1027 on a 25 for Becker. That's good enough. Malibu getting ready to go. It's Mitch Reed. It's a B class car. 1025 his number. Got a 454 between the front fenders. An 026 reaction, 1460 foot. At the 330, 406. The 8th mile, 632, 108. Coming up on the stripe, goes 999. Too quick. 131 miles an hour. Little Pontiac Tempest. The biggest engine you could get from the factory in those was a 326. The base engine, you had two. You had a single barrel, 4-cylinder, half a 389, and a 4-barrel version. Bill Cuber. It's a D modified, looking for an 1150 number. Bruce Lawrence, looking for a 1050 in his B modified. So you got a D modified Pontiac and a B modified Chevy 2. RPMs come up, and they leave the line near perfect 009 reaction time for Bryce Lawrence in the Chevy Nova. And he's way out in front, looking for a 1050. He goes 1051. Cooper was looking for an 1150, goes 1164. Vega and 57 Chevy Handyman wagon. Shea Smith out of Louisville, Kentucky, 57 Chevy, 372. Exhibition, we need you to the lanes. Exhibition, we need you to the lanes, please. Exhibition, to the lanes. Jake Browerman out of Rockport, Indiana, 72 Vega, looking for a 10 flat. Shea Smith, 11 flat. Double reds, they both leave the line. 003 reaction in the left lane. 106 here in the right lane. And it goes 10.08 on a 10 flat index. Not bad. 11.18 on an 11 flat. Model A getting ready to go over in the Budweiser lane. The Studebaker. Mike Meyer out of Duncan Falls, Ohio. He's an auto restorer with a 60 Studebaker Lark. Got a 320 cubic inch, says Studebaker motor. Ryan Todd in the 31 Ford, got a 434 cubic inch Chevy. Reaction advantage goes to Todd. He's looking for a 10 flat. Studebaker looking for an 11 flat. Todd goes 10.19. Meyer goes 11.24. Malibu and Camaro getting ready to go next. D-modified production Camaro. It's got an index of 1150. E-modified Malibu is a 12 flat. Neil Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky. And John Meinelt out of DeLand, Florida, with a D-modified. Deep staged over in the Budweiser lane and gets a red light. Goes 085 red to an 069 green. Camaro's out in front. Should be. Looking for an 1150. Goes 1170. 1256 for Poole. Or Poole was looking for a 12 flat. Goes 56. Plymouth Valiant over in the Budweiser lane. That's Terrell Fulcher out of Mayfield, Kentucky. And Dennis White out of Bardstown, Kentucky in the fair lane. Looking for an 11 flat. They're both C-modified productions. Exhibition cars to the lane. Exhibition to the lanes, please. Then a reaction time for Fulcher. And he takes a little value down to the finish line ahead. 11:01 on an 11 index. That's good. 11:17 for Dennis White. Not too bad, but that 11:01, that's the place to be. Charlie Hamilton out of Maynardsville, Tennessee, 37 Ford. Looking for a 1050. Greg Carta, also a 1050 with his 67 Camaro. Wheels go up in the air for Carta. Gas eliminator to the lanes. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. And it is a 1050 on a 1050. There you go, Carter. 1050 on the 1050. Hamilton goes 58 on the 50, but Carter goes right on the number. Billy Moffitt, Clinton, Tennessee. Hasn't made a run yet. He's looking for an 11 flat. Tony Miles, 11 flat also. In the Tipperville, Mississippi-based 66 Barracuda. Last of the first gen Barracudas with that 14 cubic foot rear window. Green light, they're gone. Better reaction time for the Barracuda with a 028 reaction to an 057 for Moffitt. They're both looking for an 11 flat. What do they get? Barracuda goes 1090 too quick. 1090. They both go 1090. That's what happens when you fender race. Again, we need exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Exhibition and the gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Exhibition and gas eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Exhibition and gas eliminator. This is your call to the lanes. All right, Camaro getting ready to go. Dave Lang out of Collierville, Tennessee. 67 Camaro, 396, big block. 1050, the magic number for him, demodified. Again, we need exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Camaro moves forward, gets staged. RPMs come way up. And there he goes. 306 reaction, 1.5, 60 foot. 330 at 4.3 seconds. 8th mile is 6.6. And at the finish line, lights, the Camaro scoots through with a 1052 on a 50 index. Good run, 125 miles an hour. Beautiful bubble back. Chevy getting ready to go. Gets the tires good and hot. Sal Stabilia. Or Stabilia. Out of Hammond, Louisiana. 61 Impala. It's got a 5.7 in it. 350 probably. It's an exhibition car. Thinks it'll go 1149 or slower. Sounds like he missed a shift there. It does go slower at 1479 or 73, 89 miles an hour. All right, we need gas eliminator. Gas eliminator. All right, if you look in the program, you're going to see these two cars, wheels up, so high you can read the part numbers on the transmission. Now, unless this thing is scraping off the rear bumper, Mike Bellina doesn't like to leave the line. He pops the wheels up on burnouts, puts them high in the sky. You can see a great photograph of these two cars on page 42 of the program. There you go. Look at that. Oh, Mikey. No extra points for getting the photographer or climbing the wall. But he does this each and every time. He's got that thing down to a science. He knows where it's going to go and how far up it's going to go. He used to have a full bumper on the back. He's knocked it off every year that I've been here. Now he's just down to the centerpiece of the rear bumper, and it's getting a little thinner because he hits the ground on it. We don't need to sit here and scrape the track. All we got to do is let Mike Bellina make a couple of runs, and he'll scrape the starting line for us. But if you go to page 42 in your program, you'll see Mike Bellina and this Barracuda sky high. Full stage, both cars. Watch them. Way up. Look at it. Oh, Bellina. He tags the wall. So the Barracuda heads down the track, gets the win light with a 13:57. Bellina goes 16:05 and will make the first porta potty stop. All right, moving on with more qualifying action. Kevin White out of Indianapolis, 72 Nova. He goes to the Budweiser lane. Ross Chitwood. I wonder if that's any relation to Joey from Bloomington, Indiana. Ross Chitwood out of Bloomington, Indiana, 68-year-old construction worker, 69 Nova. Going to take on Kevin White's Indianapolis-based 72 Nova. Seagas cars with a 9-flat index. Oh, right lane is gone. Kevin White having an issue on the hit. Chitwood heads down to the finish line with a 9.16 on a 9-flat. Kevin White, a 12.44. Not going to be what he wanted. Rambler American over in the Budweiser lane is Donnie Rottler out of St. Genevieve, Missouri. 406 Chevy powered Rambler. Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan, 10-flat index, and they're gone. Better reaction time here in the Jegs lane, but the Rambler is faster. Rambler gets to the finish line first, goes 9.57 on a 50 to a 10-flat on a 10-flat. Sam Patrick right where he needed to be. A two-door Nova wagon, something Chevrolet never made. Robert Aker out of Canby, Indiana. Aker is getting ready to go. 565 big block in his wagon. Shane Gill from Oakdale, Illinois is supposed to be moving up here. Both on a 9-second. Well, looks like he's not going to make it. So the wagon's going to go on a solo run. Robert Aker looking for a 9-flat. Aker moving up into the beams, getting it staged. Goes right in, full stage, pulls away. Takes a little hop to the right, straightens it back out again. It goes through the lights with an 8.98, too quick. Comp, we need comp to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator, competition eliminator to the lanes. Competition eliminator to the lanes, please. Phil Stamps out of Tipton, Indiana. Looking for a 9-flat with his Camaro. And Stuart Forney from Orlinda, Tennessee, also looking for a 10. The Camaro and the Mustang headed down track. Better reaction time, well, by 1,000th of a second to Stamps. Mustang running really quick, gets there first. 9.02 on a 10. Well, that's not going to work. To a 9.15. So Forney would have qualified well, but he was in a different class. Mike Cutler out of Dawson, Illinois, 55 Chevy. Takes on Mike Ryan, out of Illinois. Looking for a 9-flat. over the left lane, a 950 here in the right lane. At the stripe, we got an 898 too quick for Ryan, a 959. Good enough for Mike Cutler. 58 heavy Chevy, Robert Reese out of Millington, Michigan. 10 seconds is how quick he needs that thing to go. Jeff Thomas out of Columbia, Kentucky, in the Barracuda, the notchback, is looking for a 950. Chevy pops the front wheels up momentarily, but the Barracuda just goes. Barracuda comes up on the finish line lights with a 950 on a 950, right where he needed to be. Robert Reese slows down to an 1167, way off the number. Another Barracuda, this one a fastback, taking on the Stingray. Scotty Thomason out of Paris, Tennessee, 63 Corvette. Letty. J.B. Wood out of Springfield. Wood looking for a 10 flat, Corvette looking for a 9 flat. At the stripe, it's a 9 flat for Thomason, right on the number to a 1038 for J.B. Wood on a 10. 67 Mustang, 632, big motor in that machine. Ronnie Hillslip. 9 flat, his index. Jim Hayes, 10 flat with his Vega. Mustang galloping down track. Vega not even going to come close to catching him. Ronnie goes 9 flat on a 9 to a 1004 on a 10. They had excellent runs. Todd Cap on the Chevelle, 427. Todd Cap and Michael Sexton from Bloomington. Sexton looking for a 10 flat. Cap looking for a 950. They leave the line, both with 10th reaction times. 958 on a 50, good run. 1034 on a 10, not too bad. 55 Chevy and the little Dodge Colt coming up next. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky. 55 Chevy Bel Air with a 509. The Mitsubishi, Itsy Bitsy Mitsubishi, but it's a Dodge Colt. Made by Mitsu. Sal Petrulius. 950 index, got a 440 Mopar motor in that thing. That motor is as big as the car is. Ronnie Egner with a 509 Chevy. He's looking for a 950 as well. So this is a 950. If they fender race right, they can both run the number. Let's see what happens. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. 033 to 066 reaction time. The Colt has caught him. He's quicker at the stripe. Well, the Chevy holds on. 946, too quick to a 948. Yep, they fender raced. Ricky Stutz out of Ohio City, Ohio, 74 Nova. And Dave Marksberry from Florence, Kentucky. 68 Camaro, 421 cubic inch V8 against a 454 in the Nova. 10 flat is what they're both looking for. Better reaction time for David. The Camaro out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he goes 10.02 to a 10.28, right where he needed to be. On a 10 index, going 10.02, you got it. Corvette, early Stingray, 1965 model. Bob Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio, looking for a 950. Ivan Ray, a.k.a. Buddy, looking for a 9 flat. So the Nova's supposed to be quicker than the Corvette here. The good thing about Index, you can build to the speed and save your wallet if you need. Better reaction time for the Corvette. Corvette's not supposed to get there first and doesn't. 910, good run for Ivan Buddy. 948, too quick for Bob Klink. He needed a 50, he ran a 48. Steve Skoll out of Lockport, Illinois, 66 Nova. 950 is his index. Eric Walkup 9 flat out of Clearwater, Florida. 64 Nova takes on the 66 Nova. So which one of these is going to be the boss of Nova? Now, if they're Chevy 2s, we could have Deuces Wild here. RPMs come up, and they're gone. Better reaction time for the Jegs lane. But the Budweiser lane's got the horsepower. Goes 895, too quick to a 1008. Little off the pace. Get a little bit of mop in there. Now, guys, I want you to notice, these guys are professionals. Do not try this at home. If you try this at home, your significant other is going to know you know which end of a mop to hold, and guess what you're going to get to do? Yeah, kitchens, bathrooms, you got it, you know. Kyle Renfro out of Homer, Michigan with the 62 Corvette, 402. Butch Steffens out of Washington, Missouri, 41 Willys. Got a Chevy for power. Well, he's got the big picnic table spoiler in the back to keep the car stable. Corvette picks the front wheels up in the air, heads towards the center line. It's wiggling. He finally has to back out of it. Well, he's through the lights, goes 817 on an 8 index. Good run. Kyle Renfro backs out of it for 1209. '56 T-Bird. From Hawesville, Kentucky, Dan Hobbs. 850 index for the Bird. Olin Brock out of New Haven, Missouri. 71 Duster with a 9 flat index. T-Bird's fully staged. Duster moving in. Bird moving. The Bird looking for the 850, goes 865, a 1047 for the Duster. So he may need to reevaluate that class. Ted Knott out of Reelsville, Indiana, 68 Chevelle. 10 flat is his index. The Vega of Blaine Bolding, 950 index. Oh, Budweiser lane moved out in front. Better reaction time by a full 10th. But it is the Jegs lane. Ted Knott goes 51 on a 10. Way too quick. 950 is the index. He goes 969. Jeff Bissaro out of Glencoe, Alabama. 41 Willys. Looking for an index of 9 flat, as is Donovan Bolding from Greenfield, Indiana. 74 Vega, or 74 Vega, 41 Willys. RPMs are up and they are gone. Little tire spin from the Vega, 153 to a 148 reaction time. A tenth of a second behind on the first 60 feet. Willys gets the win with a 905 on a 9.0 to a 924. So Jeff Bissaro gets the better run with a 905 on the 9 index. Geezer Gassers, you should be coming up here. Geezer Gassers. And Scott Rods, why don't you line up as well? Scott Rods and Geezer Gassers. Remember, racers, it is Scott Rods, S-C-O-T-T, not Hot Rods, only Scott Rods. Yeah, Hot Rods, you're done for the day. You've already made your runs. It is Scott Rods we want to the lanes, along with Geezer Gassers. All right, doing a little track prep before we send any more cars down. As we move into comp eliminators, still. Comp eliminator coming your way right now. All right, Beth Malik, first one up, the Churchill, Tennessee base front engine dragster. She's in the Jegs lane. Shane Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana, 23T, in the Budweiser lane. Both are B comp cars with an 850 index. The magic number they're going to try and hit. RPM start to come up. Their stage light goes red. 002 misses a perfect light by 0.02 of a second. It's a qualifier. It doesn't matter. 850 on an 850 for Sean Bowman. 870 for Beth, but an 850 on the 850 for Bowman. Next up, see Shane Rassler out of Walcottville, Indiana. 92 Canode front engine dragster with a 355 small block. 850 is the number he's looking for, as is Jim Councilman of Jackson, Ohio. Two front engine dragsters. 850, the number they're looking for. Stage light lit in the Budweiser lane. Now the Jegs lane lines up. Stage. Ooh, left lane pulls the front wheels up in the air. 1.260 foot to a 1.1. Right lane really launched hard. Goes 849 with a 4. Too quick. 838 way too quick. So Rassler got close. Missed it by 0.06 of a second. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois, with his Roadster, pulls up in the Jeggies lane out of Highland, Illinois. 10 flat is what the Roadster's looking for in the Jegs lane. The Roadster in the Budweiser lane, looking for a quicker 9 flat. Jameson Griffin. He says it's a 1937 Gigolo. Oh, he's a 37 Gigolo. That's what it is, yeah. Good work if you can find it, I guess. I don't know. 32 Bantam up against the Chevrolet body car. 1.3 and a 1.4 60-foot marks. Better reaction time here in the Jegs lane. At the stripe, Parachute comes out 923 on a 9 flat to a 996 on a 10. Tom Head, too quick. Jeff Lawson out of Lexington, Kentucky, bus driver to the 27T. Jim Hooker out of Festus, Missouri, 63 front engine dragster. Lawson looking for an 8-second run. Hooker looking for an 8:50. Full stage, they're gone. 181 to a 228 reaction time, and it is the Jegs lane leading the race. Goes 786, too quick to an 852. That's real good. That's right there. The Camaro Roadster here in the Jegs lane. Going to take on the T, Dave Agley from Carrier Mills, Illinois. Joe Foster from Leslie, Missouri, the 23T. Dave looking for an 850. Foster looking for a 9 flat. For the Camaro out in front, 029 reaction, looking for the 850, goes 859, 920 for Foster. Good runs for both. Couple of more T's ready to go. Nick Hamilton goes 073 reaction. Ron Bailey with a 304. Bailey looking for a 10 flat. Hamilton with a 9 flat goes 904 to a much too quick 894 for Bailey. So Hamilton runs right where he needs to be with a 904. Michael Duke out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, 27T, looking for a 950. Jackson Messamore looking for a 9 flat in his 38 Chevrolet. Geezer Gassers, and Scott Rods. Scott Rods. We need you to the lanes. Side by next, going to the stripe, it is the Budweiser lane. 902 on a 9 flat to a 967 on a 950. Not bad. There you go. Geezer Gassers. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods. We need you to the lanes. Scotty Lynch out of Halesville, Missouri. He's in the Jegs lane looking for a 10 flat. Mike Sopko out of Crown Point, Indiana, looking for a 9 flat. RPMs come up, red light in the Jegs lane, 033 red to a 107 green. The Budweiser lane should get there first. Looking for a 9, goes too quick, 896. So does Lynch. He was looking for a 10, goes 990. So hopefully their previous runs were more in line with the number they need to run. Skeeter Wayne out of Robards, Kentucky. 34 Chevrolet, 355 small block, and they're backing him up. Not sure if he had a problem or not, but he is not going to make the run. T over in the left lane is Russell Snyder out of Bartlett, Tennessee, 23T, looking for an 8-second run. All right, T on a solo run. 065 reaction, 1.160 foot. Good launch. Looking for that 8 flat. Goes 801. Yeah, there you go, baby. 801 on an 8 flat index. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods. We need you to the lanes. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods. We need you to the lanes, please. Tommy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky. 65-year-old transmission tech, 34 Chevy with a 555. Takes a little bit of a hop, heads towards the... Oh, got into the marbles, backed out of it. Not going to be the run they were looking for. Slows it down to an 1174. Got out of shape, saved the car for another day. $750 index. We need you to the lane. $750 eliminator. $750 eliminator. Come on down. $750 eliminator to the staging lanes, please. $750 eliminator. Scott Rods and Geezer Gassers. You should be in the lanes. $750 eliminator. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods to the lanes. Ray Kosicki in the Violator. Now tomorrow they're going to be doing the burnout contest. So get ready for that. This is just practice for the burnout. 4 times points champion with nostalgic notions. On the top of his full-time job, Ray has spent many years building and restoring numerous gassers and hot rods. His backup girl, Uni Thomas. And he says he couldn't do this without the support of his loving wife, Gina. He's out of Mantua, Ohio. .540 cubic inch big block. His competition is Al Lynch. Al Lynch in the 67 Nova. Al's been racing for over 50 years and has set some records and won many events. Back in the 60s, Al ran B-Gas in a 41 Willys with a blown-injected Buick. In the 70s, he ran C-Gas in a 65 Mustang with a blown-injected Chevy. Both cars ran NHRA tracks, including Nationals at Indy. Al bought the Nova from another Scott's Rod AA gasser and has rebuilt it as a tribute. Hole shot for Ray, 180 to a 315 reaction. And they run 8th mile. He goes 567 to a 571. Tim Irwin still on top of the list, and Tim's coming up with Big Red. His competition, Ed Kosicki, the Phenomenon 33 Willys out of Aurora, Ohio. 2016 Keystone PID Nationals winner. 2017 Sportsmanship Award. 2018 winner of most Scott Rod AA gasser events. And enjoys building and restoring gassers and hot rods. Best known for his high wheelies and big burnouts. And Uni Thomas also his backup girl. Crew chief, his wife, Mary Kosicki. Big Red is Jim Irwin. Irwin is your number 1 qualifier. Kosicki is number 3 so far. His crew is Connie Irwin, Mark Kobeck. Thanks to his sponsors, Mickey Thompson, Mosier Engineering, Abruzzi Transmissions, Nye Racing Engines, and Cigar City Garage. Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana. 427 a cubic inch Chevy big block. Been racing for 47 years. Ed will only admit to 20. .560 is the index they're looking for. They're headed down track side by next. Reaction times are close. And it's 570 to 570. Talk about staying close together there. Both running a 570. Jim Irwin still stays up in the number 1 spot. Mike Kalinowski. Unfinished business. Will be coming up over in the left lane. He's got the Chop Top Austin out of Orchard Park, New York. .671 blower with a 480 cubic inch big block Chevy and a Power Glides, a 48 Austin. He's up against Scott Lieber, the Cosmic Ray 63 Corvette, 427 cubic inch. Scott Lieber is the owner of Scott Rods. Just got the car and he's getting it sorted out, just finished it. Family-owned business that builds nostalgic car bodies for street racing, show car enthusiasts. Scott has supported the sponsored nostalgia racing ever since, well, over the last 10 years, and has been a major sponsor and race coordinator for Scott Rod's AA gassers for most of the time. Mike Kowalski, 2018 U.S. Nationals Indy winner, 2019 Hot Rod Reunion Bowling Green winner, 2019 Summit Nationals winner, 2020 Keystone Nationals winner. His backup girl, his lovely wife Joyce. Crew chief, son Brad. This 48 Austin body came from the original 1969 Cottrell and Rickard AA gasser out of Maryland. Unfinished business, is an all fiberglass body. And we can talk to these guys about this tomorrow at the Honoree banquet or presentations, because that's where Cottrell and Rickard are going to be. Austin against Corvette. They're looking for 560s. Currently your number 8, number 7 qualifier, and it is Lieber running a 574, much improved. 644 for the Austin of Mike Kowalski, not an improvement. Ed Beaumont in the Orange Peel Corvette from Batavia, Ohio. Cruz, Tanya, Robert, William, and Ray Smith. Ken Arm. Built as a drag car in 1963, the Orange Peel is raced at drag strips such as Lyons, Irwindale, Palmdale, Famoso, Santa Maria, Santa Monica? Bakersfield, at the Smokers Meet, and many more famous California events. Bones Balog built the 427 engine for Orange Peel in 1966 before it was retired in the late 70s and stored for nearly 30 years. Ed found the car in pieces and restored it to its original glory. Today it races in AA gas and continues to be a crowd pleaser. Check him out on Facebook. His competition, the high riding 33 Willies of Frankie Allen. Races at No Problem Raceway in Belrose, Louisiana. Runner-up the 2016 Holley Hot Rod Reunion. Son is the cruise chief. Sonny Allen is his cruise chief. And crew members include Joe Moore and Ricky McMillan. He'd like to thank Scott Rods, AA Gassers, Bugs, for their help and support and the pretty smiles. Full stage for the Corvette. Willie's has to inch forward. Beaumont from Batavia in the Corvette, number 7 qualifier. Frankie Allen, the number 6 qualifier. They're looking for the elusive 560. Corvette with the better reaction time is out in front. Well, for a while. The Willies goes in with a 581. That's an improvement, but stays in the number 6 spot. Beaumont, 593. Well, that won't improve him. He's right there. Chuck Lipka out of Eureka, Missouri, retired police officer in the 41 Willys Oldsmobile Power. Beautiful shiny blue machine. Reminiscent of the old Stonewoods Cook car. Willys pickup truck, Patrick Canal. Degasser with an index of 1050. Chuck Lipka with an index of 10 flat. .400 cubic inches worth of Oldsmobile power in the Jegs lane. Patrick Canal, 355 cubic inches worth of small block in 33 Willys pickup, but you got to watch this thing launch. He runs 1050s, but really leaves the line well. Let's see how he does. Lights dropping. Oh, hole shot. Chuck Lipka out in front. Whoa, wiggles, wobbles, comes out of the groove. He's still working it. He gets there with an 11:29, not what he was looking for, to a 15:27. Canal backed out of it, seeing the movements of the competition. Ted Wood out of Mooresville, Mississippi. He says he's a 70-year-old constable. 41 Willys, 632 cubic inch big block. Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. 10 flat is what he's looking for with his 55 Chevy. 9 flat is what Wood's looking for with his Willys. Red light start. 004 misses a perfect light by 0.04 of a second. Willys wandering here in the right lane. Goes 884, too quick. 996 for Lyle, also too quick. Hal Cotter out of Cape Coral, Florida with a 41 Willys, looking for a 1050 run. Gary Rayburn out of Royal Palm Beach, Florida, 40 Ford. He's looking for an 11 flat run. These are indexed cars. Right lane's a D class car, and the left lane is an E class. These are gassers. Watch behind you in the water box. Lights drop and they're gone. 054 and 029. Excellent reaction times. The Jegs lane looking for a 1050. Goes 1056. The Budweiser lane not going to run the number. Slows down to 1487. Was looking for an 11-second run. Willys pickup now here. 750 and 70. You should be in the lane. 750 and 70. We need you to the staging lanes, please. 750 and 70 eliminators. We need you to the lanes, please. Joe Butch from Laurel, Mississippi, getting ready to go. 095 reaction. 1560 foot. Half track at 70. Trying to get that 1050. Ooh, 1124 off the mark at 113 miles an hour. Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky. Jared Bradshaw in the Dragster out of Utica, Kentucky. Your number 3 and your number 8 qualifier right now. Jared Bradshaw looking for a 750. They're both looking. This is 750. Heads up. 7-0. 7-0. We need you to the lanes. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. Corvette backs up pretty darn quick. Bradshaw is your number 8 qualifier, running a 773. Allen with the Corvette is your number 3 qualifier, running at a 758. Trying to improve on it. The magic number, 750. Let's see how close they can get. Pre-stage lights lit. Post-stage. They're gone. Better reaction time for Tyler Allen in 019. Looking for the 750. He goes 750. Oh, baby. 750 with a 2 to a 754. They both improve. They go to number 1 and 2. Tyler Allen, number 1 qualifier right now. And Jared Bradshaw at number 2. James Hayes from Troy, Ohio in the Corvette. He's the number 13 qualifier, under the number with a 738. Justin Schaefer, number 12 qualifier, under the number with a 749. He's got to slow down a bit. If they fender race or wheel race, this could be detrimental. We know they both go too quick. They could fender race and go way too slow. "7-0, you need to be in the lane. 7-0 to the lanes. Final call, 7-0. Final call, 7-0. 6-0. First call, 6-0. First call to the lane. 6-0 eliminator. RPMs come up and they're gone. Neither of these cars are qualified. They went too quick. Let's see what happens this time. They're looking for 750. They go 746 and 753. So Justin Schaefer, he is good. Hayes, too quick. Although he did slow it down, he didn't slow it down enough. So Schaefer with the 53 goes into the number 2 spot. And Tyler Allen on the 50 with a 50. Tom Malik out of Battle Creek, number 7 qualifier with a 69. Sean Grant, number 10 qualifier with an 805. He's got to improve quite a bit with that Mustang. 805 puts him in the number 10 spot. The 69 for Malik puts him in the number 7 spot. Malik with the altered. Sean Grant with the Mustang. Quickly full stage, they're gone. 098 to an 037 reaction time. The Mustang with the better of the 2 reaction times. Who's going to fender race who? At the stripe, 766 for Malik, an improvement. 799, a little bit of an improvement. Mike Hyman out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky, number 9 qualifier. He ran 769. Bart Bowles, number 11 with an 808. He needs a big improvement there. Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. 2008 Young's chassis car with a 565 big block. Mike Hyman, or Heeman, the Smiths Groves, Kentucky car with an S&W chassis. 360 small block. Dragster against Dragster. Both are qualified, but want to move up. Bowles in the 8-second zone. He's supposed to be in the 750s. 6-0, 6-0. You need to be in the lanes. 6-0. You need to be in the lanes. 7-0. You should be suiting up. You're coming out next. 7-0. You're coming out next. Full stage. Oh, in the left lane. Ivan doesn't wait for the tree. Won't get a time. Mike left before the tree can get activated. 821. Not going to help Bart Bowles. Slows it down even worse than it was before. But Hyman, no time. We can't even tell if he improved or not. He left before the tree could get activated. Rick Burdine. 67 Mustang. Up against car number 39. No information on that yet. Rick Burdine, number 12. He ran an 812. Got the Mustang with the big wing thing going on in the back. Not only keeps the car stable at speed, but it's a great cup holder back in the pits. All right, Rick Burdine getting ready to go. No baseline on car number 69 to say where he's at. Mustang moving up. Pre-stage lit for the Roadster. Now the Mustang rolls in. They're fully staged. 034. Excellent reaction time for the Roadster. Mustang trying to close in. 772 for the Mustang. 752 for the Roadster. Roadster with that 52 goes into the number 2 spot. Rick Burdine, number 11 now. So Burdine not improving, although ran a better number. The Roadster comes in and just goes into the number 2 spot, bumping him down. So 7-0, you should be suited up. 7-0, you should be suited up. 6-0, you need to be in lanes. 6-0, you need to be in the lanes. All right, 7-0 drivers suiting up. 6-0, you need to be up in lanes. 6-0, we need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. The 7-0 car is coming your way right now. Anglia here in the Jegs lane. Corvette split window coming up into the Budweiser lane. Anglia takes a little bit of a hop as the wheels start to slow down. Larry Harlan he's a business owner. 48 Anglia. Ran 7:31 on the 7.0 index. Gordon Horn ran at 7:15. Anglia's gone. Corvette has a stumble. And he backs out of it. Anglia looking to improve. Goes 7:07. Definitely an improvement. The 7:07 puts him up into the number 3 spot. So not a bad run. Steve Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. Ran 7:56 in the number 11 spot. Billy Smith, number 1. He is the man with the target on his back. Billy Smith ran 7:06. Smith out of Pickerington, Ohio. An old Holt chassis car. qualified number 1 with a 7:06. Steve Matthews was number 11 with a 7:56. They're pulling up. And trying to keep that dragster running. Steve Matthews rolling up into the jegs lane. Two dragsters getting ready to go. Matthews ran 7:56. Puts him in the number 11 spot on 7:0. Billy Smith. Over in the left lane, the Budweiser lane is your number 1 qualifier. 7:06. He can improve. .60. You need to be in the lane. 6:0. Matthews has the biggest amount to improve. He's got to cut 5/10 off minimum. Actually, anything quicker than the 56 will be an improvement, but he wants to get to the top. And he's 56 hundredths away. RPMs are up and they're gone. Using up a lot of real estate. It's Matthews backing out of it a little bit. 7:01, he improves. Billy Smith stays at the top of the 7:01, a 46 for Matthews. That's an improvement. But Billy Smith, he's got this thing set on kill. He goes 7:01 on the 7:0. Billy Smith, 7:01, stays up on top. Robbie Friel, 7:06. Matthews goes to the number 9 spot. Ernie Lipinski didn't qualify yet. He could be an upsetter here out of Wilmar. Gary Lever, number 6 qualifier with a 7:20 out of Moraine, Ohio. So Lever sitting in the number 6 spot. Lipinski not qualified yet. Move it up. Lipinski trying to get in the field. They hit the pedals and they're gone. Making noise, headed to the stripe. Lipinski gets there with a 6:95. Too quick. 7:03 for Gary Lever. And Lever goes up to the number 2 spot. Lipinski number 12. Jeff Sanborn, number 13 qualifier, under the number with a 6:93. Got to slow it down a little bit. Dave Rosenberg, number 8 with a 7:44. Fiat Topolino, huge picnic table spoiler to keep this car stable at speed. Rosenberg rolls up over in the left lane. Sanborn coming up here in the right lane. Rosenberg out of Huntington Beach, California. Sanborn out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Rosenberg, retired Snap-on dealer. He's come to a stop. I don't know if there's a problem. There he goes. Dave's been running this car for, well, since 1994. Used to be partners with Bruce Dida. Bought him out, went on his own. The car was a dominant force when the index was 750. Did well when it became 760 in Nostalgia Eliminator, but now he's stepping up to 7-0. Fiat with the hole shot, runs out in front. Rosenberg using up some real estate. And Rosenberg goes 26. That's an improvement. 7:04 for Sanborn. Huge improvement for him. And Sanborn goes into the number 3 spot. Rosenberg, number 8. Art Millett in the 32 Bantam. Getting ready to go. Ran a 7:47. Got to chop 4/10 off if he can. Art Millett getting ready to go. Making some noise. In the groove. Heads down track. Starts wiggling towards the center line. Backs out. Gets back in it. 7:41. Slight improvement by 0.06 of a second. So 7:41 keeps Al number 10 spot. Cody Crone out of Port Charlotte, Florida. It's a 20 McKinley chassis car, 388 Chevy, it says. I'll make that a Chrysler. It's a Donovan. This is a 6.0 class car. This will be the final pass of the day. Cody Crone. Gonna fire it up. Donovan Hemme. All right, 6.0 car getting ready to go. Only run of the day for the 6.0 car. Let's see what he can do. There's no baseline to use. Let's see what he does. All right, our final car of the evening, but we got lots to talk about because we got to let you know about the schedule, which, well, we're going to move it up an hour and start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Third round of qualifying. For the index and bracket classes. We'll be going into the second round in Nitro cars. And third round, or fourth round, in most everything else. We will get 2 rounds of fuel in tomorrow as well. All right, 6-0 Dragster getting ready to go. Launches hard, sounding good, stays in the groove, looking for a 6-0, shuts off early. 722. 722 at 138 miles an hour, was on track for a good 6-second run and backed out of it. All right, listen up. We have got lots going on tomorrow. First round at 9 a.m. First round for qualifying round number 3 for Hot Rod. Starting at 9 a.m. Straight Axle Mafia will follow. Midwest Nostalgia after that. Nostalgia Super Stock, Modified Eliminator, Nostalgia Pro Stock Exhibition, Gas Eliminator, Cop Eliminator, Geezer Gasser, Scott Rod, 750, 7.0, and 6.0. At noon, we will run the first round of the day of Nitro. It'll be their second qualifying round. Lots going on. We've had some great competitions today, or racing today. Qualifying has gone quite well. We've had a couple of oil downs and a couple of guys have tagged the wall, but hey, it is racing. And again, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Hot Rod Eliminator will start off with their third qualifying round at 9 a.m. Get here early, get your seats, because it's going to be a packed day. Friday, here at Beach Bend Raceway with the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Don't forget, tell your friends, dragracer.tv on YouTube, streaming live all weekend long. All right, I'm Bob Beck. We'll see you tomorrow morning.